All right, so in tonight's episode, we're discussing this video that was submitted by Bwana Hagoziki, the 1973 special report, Black Man, White Woman. This was a popular show back in the day, too, as a matter of fact. I remember when this is Tony Brown, I remember when he died, like in the 90s, late 90s. I think the show is called The Black Journal, by the way. So in this discussion was powered by the idea of that decade between 1963 and 1973. Statistics showed that there was a significant increase in relationships between Black men and white women, and a decrease in relationships between Black women and white men. So Tony has on Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, who's a psychiatrist. I think she was at Howard University at the time. And she's going up against Dr. Alvin Poussant, also a psychiatrist from Harvard University. And he authored a well-known book at the time called Why Blacks Kill Blacks. So we're going to have a conversation with an all-female panel tonight. And tomorrow night or so, I'll have this similar conversation on the video in a similar style. We'll just be all men. And then at some point next week, after we premiere the videos, we'll have a joint conversation between men and women. So I think that's a fun format. So that's the preview. We're going to start the show now. On the other side, I'll introduce my panelists tonight.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Goku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
All right. Thanks for tuning in to this all-Black woman discussion on this special report from 1973 on Black Man, White Woman. Joining me tonight is the Revolutionary Matron. Matron, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Thank you for accepting the invitation.
Thank you for having me.
No problem. We also have Lero tonight. Lero, how are you this week?
I'm well, Koku, and yourself?
I'm well, thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks to you, too, for joining us tonight.
Yes, of course. Glad to be here.
Yeah, we have Marcus Garvey is the way, who has finally joined us. No, I'm kidding. Marcus Garvey.
I was showering.
How are you this week?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm good, thanks. I'm good. Thanks for joining us. And last but not least, is Daily Affirmations by Pauline, who seems to be having some technical difficulties. She's kind of in and out of the stream. So as soon as she comes back in, I'll introduce her as well. Hopefully she'll come back in another minute or so. But there she is. So daily affirmations by Pauline. How are you this week?
I am doing quite well, thank you.
Okay, thanks for coming through.
You're welcome.
Yes. So so as I promised, we're going to play the video from start. And again, if there's something that's said that you guys want to interject and add some commentary to, just speak up. I'll pause the video and we'll have that conversation. If what I plan to do is to really kind of play out the question and the answer, so we can do it that way as well. But again, if you see something you want to really speak up to, just say, pause the video and I'll do that. So we're going to start this from the beginning. You guys stay tuned.
This is the part one of a two-part series entitled Black Man, White Woman. Significantly, it was not entitled Black Woman, White Man because in the last 10 years, the statistics indicate that there is a significant increase in relationships between Black men and white women and a significant decrease in relationships between Black women and white men. With me to discuss this very volatile issue are two leading psychiatrists, Dr. Frances Welsing, a member of the psychiatric department of the Medical College at Howard University, and Dr. Alvin Poussant, a psychiatrist, a member of the Medical College at Harvard University, and author of the well-known book, Why Blacks Kill Blacks. To begin with you, Sister Welsing, why do you believe, basically, Black men are becoming so significantly attracted to white women, or is it vice versa?
I'd like to turn it around. I think, first of all, that white women are seeking Black men first. Black men some are attracted to white women. And I don't think that we can understand this phenomena unless we understand really what is the larger dynamic that is occurring, not only in this society, but in the world at large. And the way that I look at that phenomena is that, number one, we are living within the context of a system of white supremacy, which is my definition of racism. Racism is a worldwide system of white supremacy, domination, and control. And all of the behavior that we see all over the world, whether it's the behavior of the Black woman, the white woman, the Black man, or the white man, is occurring within the dynamics of this system. And we can understand what is happening as far as the white woman, Black man relationship and why that is on the increase. I think if we understand the need for the system to remain intact.
But Frances, you don't think that the Black man has a special attraction toward the white woman?
Oh, yes, he does. Yes, he does. Well, he has been programmed historically to feel that, first of all, this is the woman who is the woman in the world. And this is a thing that has been denied him, in terms of, let's say, male-female relations or sexual partners. The Black man, at least in this area of the world, has been told historically, you cannot touch this woman. And so at that level of social dynamic programming, yes, the Black man has always felt, well, this is the one thing that I have been denied in this society. And so many Black men, I think, at one level, they are moving towards white women as white women move. White women are the major aggressors in this situation. But the Black man is playing his role because he says, well, this is a thing that I've been denied. This is the thing that is going to be the great equalizer.
Okay, that goes into this kind of long-winded kind of intro here. But ladies, let's unpack that first part. The idea that the white woman is the aggressor. The Black man is just playing the role of, any victim anyone who's been victimized and has kind of been withheld from something. He's just going for what has been, historically denied to him. Well, what say you to all of that so far? We could start with Lero.
Hey, okay, so my opinion on that, I think, I don't know if she just spoke on it, but just in a little bit, she mentioned like integration and how our people chose economically to integrate into the broader white society. We didn't want to take the self-determination stance. We wanted to come and join the white man's economy, even though we weren't on that equal footing. My thing is that another thing too that I like to mention to a lot of people is that integration wasn't necessarily just Black people begging to be in white society. It was pushed by a lot of whites too as a means of control. So it is correct in the sense that white women were seeking out to be with Black men in this whole kind of like a radical humanist type mission to prove that no, we are of equal footing. We are accepting of Black people, seeing beyond race, trying to not see color, to create this kind of colorblind society. Like that was the purpose behind integration, which I don't feel was necessarily a conscious effort of Black men, because you also have to think too about how Black men have been subjugated by white men in the sense, and our imprisonment rates, unemployment rates that for Black men in comparison to even Black women, and at the time there specifically. So I think too, when you come to mention that not all Black people were pushing for this integrative society, and even though we had some who did, like we've shown in the civil rights movement, but because we didn't have that full consensus as a people, you do have that dynamic where it is white women coming and taking the broader step and reaching out to create this mission that they have, as far as the social and racial dynamics of what America was to become post-integration.
Interesting. Thank you for that, Lero. Daily affirmation by Pauline. What did you hear in that first part? Do you agree with Dr. Welsing?
I just think that in part I agree, but in another part I don't agree, and I'll tell you why. I just think, well, number one, for me, I remember that it was more of a status symbol in the 60s and 70s, when you had a mixed couple. But then when you look at it, it's a person likes a person, and that's it. That's my take on it, regardless of the skin color.
Okay. I do have thoughts on that, but I'll go to Marcus Garvey's Dewey next. Marcus Garvey's Dewey, what say you?
Okay. My personal perspective on this is a little different. Now, the European female, she's the same one that sleeps with dogs. She's the same one who's been exposed to her father, who we know. I've heard stories of maids back in the day, Black maids who worked in the homes of white families. And I remember somebody said that her grandmother saw the father's underwear in the daughter's room. So these are highly sexualized women. Okay. And for them to sleep with animals and think nothing of it, or their men know that they sleep with animals and think nothing of it, for them to sleep with a Black man was just something else that they did. And I think we're the ones that are hyping up the thing as a accomplishment, like how in America, to me, Black men with success will run to a white woman. When I was growing up in the Caribbean, in Barbados, the white women, not from America, American women never seem to have gone with the local men, but the white women from Europe would often be the ones who would go after the local men. But it was never the successful men. It was always the bum on the street, the guy who was smelly, the guy who was trying to be a Rasta and looked like a bum. He was the one that was pulling in the white girls, but not the educated Black men. I think in America, the educated Black man is taken by the white woman. But I can't honestly think off my head anyone that I knew personally or anyone around me who was an educated or wealthy or upper middle class Black man with wealth or power who gravitated to white women. Most of those men gravitated to Black women. So I think the dynamic is here in America. I think that that we were the ones that hyped up the relationship as something as an achievable goal. But the European woman is nothing. I mean, sexually, she is a harlot if you look at the history of it all. So that's my take.
No, I feel you on that. And we're going to double back to that take in a second. Matron, this first part of the video is talking about the relationship between the sadist and the masochist. What say you to this? Does that sound right? Does it sound right that the black man would comply in that kind of dynamic?
Well, we have to acknowledge that black is not a monolith, and that there were black men that felt that a Cadillac, a Coca-Cola, and a white woman was the epitome of his success, and that there were black men that felt like they would never want to be with the cave beast, and they exist in the world at the same time. I think that there was a lot more pressure from black men that were able to get out of the ghettos and the strife of black city and urban living to be with white women because they were exposed to white women more, and that became a social status symbol. I don't necessarily think that it's about love. It's just about the fact that this is who I'm around, and anything that you're constantly exposed to, you begin to develop an affinity for. There are some very ugly people that are in movies and films, and it's just like over time we become accustomed to them, and then they get cute, like Keith Sweat. When he first came out, everybody's like, he looked like a frog, and 10, 15 years later, it's like, oh, he cute. So I just think that actually over time, what has happened is that the aggression of these women towards men that they see potential in America, okay, is something that has continued to happen, and they put themselves and insert themselves in places and positions because that's where they are. They're able to get the ear and get the attention of these men that have reached a certain status, and they pick the best of them.
Ladies, Daily Affirmations by Pauline earlier said that, she sees it differently. She sees it as just you love who you love. Later in the video, Dr. Wilson says something that I learned about 20-something years ago, which is everything is political. She talks about it later on. In y'all's opinions, what has us, right? What has our people always kind of thinking that this situation we're in, we could indulge in, a normal reality where you could just love whoever you want to love and all that stuff? Why do we think that way, do you think? Anyone can answer.
Can you repeat the question? I missed it. Sorry.
That's going to make me change the question now. So the question is, we have this situation that we're in, right? And notwithstanding, we still have folks who they don't look at the world through the lens of the situation that we are in. They look at the world through the lens of everything is fine, there's no problems, and so therefore you could do the things that you normally would be able to do, love whoever you want to love on and all this kind of stuff. And my question is, well, why is it that so many of us don't see the world for what it really is, not the world that they hope to see, in a sense, especially as it pertains to these things like relationships? I'll start with the matron.
Well, from my perspective, I think that we're too busy working and checking into some other delusion to exist in this reality. We don't pass down our stories. We try to bury the pain and make the world that we think should exist. But you really don't have an opportunity to maintain your consciousness or your conscious mind because you're constantly having images of something else projected onto you. And that's what's popular, and we don't even support predominantly Black platforms because every time something gets big, like a magazine or a TV station or a radio station, a lot of times it gets sold for the money.
So yeah, so you're saying it's basically, we succumb to the programming, right? They put out the program and we just go with the program.
Mm-hmm.
Lara, what say you to that?
To me, I think it's more so of just not understanding what integration was, especially like just in relation, maybe not because Dr. Welsing mentions like the global system of white supremacy, but if we think of just like an American context of what it meant for us economically, politically, culturally, socially to integrate with the broader white society, and that, that was kind of like the remedy all for all of our situations. Slavery was a thing of the past. All we're thinking of, things of the past, things have been forgiven. We got affirmative action. We can, get some jobs now, even though. And then you still have the darker side to that we're, incarcerated the most. We still have the, we're the poorest demographic in America, and all these other things, our communities being gentrified, but still not understanding our true economic position, our true political position globally, because not having like an internationalist context in the way that the broader white society functions with each other. It just boils down to just miseducation on all parts. So when it comes to something such as dating, of course we're not going to be able to understand those dynamics if we haven't understood, our broader like cultural dynamics and economic dynamics, and especially on the economic standpoint. But and that I think the rest just kind of fall short due to that first.
All right. So now the question is the same question, but it changes slightly, I think, when I get to Marcus Garvey is the Way and Daily Affirmations by Pauline. Because, in fact, the question is based on what Daily Affirmations said earlier, right? But Marcus Garvey is the Way. Can you provide your thoughts on this follow-up question? Like, why is it that we tend to, as a group, we tend to see the world or maneuver through the world as if the world is this perfect place and we're not going through this historical situation we've been going through, right? Why aren't we just seeing it for what it is? And if we do see it, because if we did see it for what it is, we would actually recognize that love is a political thing too, and you need to love your own people. But what would you say to all of that?
Well, I don't know if everybody on the panel knows that I'm not married to a black man. I'm married to an Indo-Asian, Indian man, basically, a Dravidian. In my opinion, humble as it is, I think that as a people we are. I don't know. I think that a lot of us are scarred by the history, and some people just want to live in oblivion. So, in terms of why don't we marry our own, I think there are far more black people married to them to each other, and they have no interest at all in black consciousness. They have no interest in black liberation. They just, exist more so for God and religion, more so than the consciousness of it all. Even in the Caribbean, when we're just surrounded by black people, I think we naturally accept that Europeans run things. I mean, you got 2 Europeans on one island, about 1 million black people, but for some reason in the back of our minds we think Europeans run things, and that's how it is, and we don't question it. We just accept it and then make our way exist in that reality. When people choose spouses, I think we have to remember that race mixing is not a new thing. I think it's more of a greater social issue to me personally because of America and American situation. I don't know on a global level if it's the same, because you have countries like China and India, and in between there is Nepal, who is a racial mixture of both nations. So the concept of mixing is not new. I have a Jamaican friend. She was part Chinese, and she was, had she been alive today, she would be in her probably her early 90s. My great grandmother was married to a Scottish man, and it was marriage, not she wasn't his baby mother. So the concept of race mixing has been a global thing. But I think everything becomes more of a social issue, especially to me personally, when it comes to the American experience, because it has been far more harsher, it has been more repetitive, it has been more in your face. But for us on the islands, I don't think we view the world the same as the American experience, because we have not experienced the American experience. So white people do it and white people living in happy oblivion is because of, again, cultural and social experiences for each person. That's my opinion.
So daily affirmations by Paul. Daily affirmations by Pauline.
Mm-hmm.
You made the statement of, for you it's just about, people love who they love, but again, considering our circumstances, we need to do. I mean, shouldn't we be doing something more revolutionary? And in terms of, Marcus Garvey is the way is saying, well, there's always been race mixing, blah blah blah, historically and whatnot. But we're in a situation that we need to get up out of. Shouldn't we become more nationalistic and just deal with our own people?
Yeah. Well, I agree, but she gave an example. She's not married to someone who's of the diaspora, and why is that? I mean, if anything, she proves my point.
You talking about Marcus Garvey is the way?
Yes.
Yeah. So, some people would say to Marcus Garvey is the way is, and again, this is not about Marcus Garvey is the way, but I'm just using her example. Some people would look at her example and say, well, perhaps you did fall for someone else at a young age, but when you came into knowledge of self, when you came into consciousness, when you became aware of the situation, right? You should have gotten out of that, relationship. Does anyone here agree with that concept or rail against it? I'll start with daily affirmation by Pauline.
I'm against it. I mean, she is with the person who she loves and who loves her. Why should she get out of it? I just, unless he was abusing her, mistreating her, then I would agree. But, or, saying things about her color. But I just, I think what we're doing is proving my point. I do agree that children should be made aware of the struggles, etc., of that, of our ancestors and that we're going through today. But I don't think that we can totally, or for the majority, change the mindset. There's television, what's going on in the world with social media. Uh, Young people nowadays, for the most part, they don't care about skin color either.
Lero, do you think that's true?
That the majority of people don't care about skin color?
Well, young people today, yeah.
In relationships.
I think that care is decreasing, but you definitely still have youth who care about race, and it just takes like a certain type of situations to bring it out. Like I remember, because I mean I'm kind of young, like I'm 26, so like I haven't been out of high school that long, and I remember in high school certain conversations that would arise. I went to a school. I spent time at a majority black school, but I also spent time at a school that was about 60% white, maybe like 30% black. And, there were times in certain classes, especially like maybe our English class, our history class, we get to talking about certain narratives. And then, all of a sudden you see, the white nationalist sentiment and the kind of other racial undertones and comparison and colonial narratives and whatnot that would come out in the conversations that we would have like between as black and white classmates and whatnot. And I mean, so I don't think that it's completely gone away. You still have both black and white and in between that kind of racial and nationalistic ideals and values. I do think with social media and kind of the TV and kind of more liberal agendas being promoted, that it may not be as open and it's kind of a little more subtle, but I definitely think the dynamic is still there.
Matron, what say you to all of that?
Well, I don't think Marcus Garvey is the way should leave her husband under any circumstances. I think that if you have a happy home, maintain that happy home. I'm happy for you. I think that what's happening in the modern era, especially with social media and all of this information being available, is that the more racialized and colonizer ideas and thoughts like that are being pushed into more underground places. They're continuing to have their meetings in private clubs where they go and they talk about how they really feel about the world. So this is giving them an opportunity to polish their ideology a little bit more. That's why we have situations like the little boy getting cotton pulled on him, and we have situations like slave auctionings happening at schools, because they're learning this from somewhere and they're interpreting it for their own empowerment and benefit. And there's no context being put on the information that's out there. And then again, like I said, they're going into their private clubs and private organizations and institutions to teach and perpetuate this idea and ideology. And we're not doing the same. So
interesting. Okay.
So, I have a question. I have a question. So then if that's the case, we're speaking of, for example, the children, the video that we saw in one of the shows where children were putting cotton on a black kid, right? And if that's the case, then now we've switched it from relationships as male, female to basically the diaspora. Why aren't black parents teaching their children that that's not okay? Why are they teaching them that they're worth more than that?
Well, a part of it is the stance that some of you here are taking. The stance of, well, love is love. You know, you can commingle with these other folks and it's all good. If they stuff cotton in your hair and all that kind of stuff, no, it's fine. It's all love. Love is love. And that's the danger of that thinking, I believe, in my humble opinion, that you kind of, if you have that thinking that, well, you know, it doesn't matter, people have been mixing historically for millennia. If you have that mindset and not the mindset of where you are now, under the circumstances that you're under, that you and your people are under, if you took that approach, then chances are your children wouldn't accept sitting down there and allowing these white kids to pester him or her with cottons, you know, stuffing cotton in their hair and all that kind of stuff. So that's why I asked that question.
But Coco, that boy has 2 black parents, and he's accepting that. So who do you blame?
Yeah, because I blame them and their parents, because clearly their parents didn't teach them that. So what probably happened in that case was his parents got together on some love thing, but it just happened to be 2 black people who got together on some love thing. We have to start pushing a more Afrocentric or black positive, or however you want to call it. We have to start pushing that approach on our people more. Instead, what we do oftentimes, we just let our kids go out there and experience life from scratch. And they don't have those instructions from us to say, hey, always remember you're an African. Always remember you're a black person. That's the people you need to build up. That's the people you need to have positive relationships with, not your historical enemy. You see what I'm saying? So once we stop doing that stuff where it's just la-di-da, go ahead, go out in the world and do whatever, and with no instructions, no principles, that's how we end up getting, even though it's 2 black parents, because they probably have no knowledge of themselves. Of course, their son in that scenario has no knowledge of himself enough to get up out of there and get these white folks off of him stuffing this cotton in his hair. You understand?
But
go ahead.
Disrespect is disrespect. So if these children were Chinese, Indian, Asian, other black children, and they were doing that to him, it's still wrong. Wrong is wrong. I agree that his parents should teach him about self-respect and not being belittled or, made fun of. I don't think it's
there's levels to everything. So you can't say disrespect is disrespect. he's a young kid. He might not know yet. He might have never been in a situation to understand what general disrespect is. But if he had been brought up in a more nationalistic kind of household, he would have at least known what it is to be disrespected as a black person. You see what I'm saying? But if you have la-di-da parents who ain't teaching you nothing, especially when it comes to your race and your racial pride, then yeah, you'll sit there and you wouldn't even recognize this is disrespect. As a matter of fact, if you've been raised to think that these people who look like what they call white people, if you've been raised to think that they're God and they are beings of love and you must love them too and all this kind of stuff, you will sit down through that humiliation and not even think about it. You know?
But which black people are more likely to train their kids to think that way?
I'm sorry.
No, my response would be Christians.
Wait, say that again.
No, I said which group of black people are more likely to train their kids that way, and as I said, my response would be Christians.
Yeah, and most of us are under the spell of Abrahamic religions.
I have a little perspective too, though, especially when we talk about like children and in the school setting. How much of that response is even allowed, though, in the school setting, especially when you have, I mean, just one, given that we're, 13, 14, however % of the population that we are, and given that a lot of students, while there are black majority schools, even in those type of dynamics, students are suspended, especially black students are suspended at way higher rates than what white students are. The school to prison pipeline is extensive for black children. Like, how much of a response could he bring? Because I think children know too the racial, especially when you're in a school that is racially diverse. Children know too, like, they're white, I'm black. Like, I don't think the dynamic is that kids are just kind of oblivious to everything that's going on, especially once you reach like middle school. I think you kind of 6th grade setting, they kind of, you understand. You may be okay with it. I still got white friends, I got black friends. We aren't, we have that kind of colorblind relationship, but he's white, you're black, just cultural differences and things and whatnot. But it also goes back to like how much repression is being placed on us as a people. Even we talk about it as nationalists, as adults, outside of that setting. I think our kids, kind of suffer that same thing too when they're put in these type of situations. You're literally dominated by that same historical enemy that we somehow are supposed to now, share a space with.
I want to thank you for that, Larry. I want to introduce in Sister Cassandra Cheek. Cassandra, how are you tonight?
I'm good. How's everybody else? I'm good.
Great.
Interesting conversation.
Yeah, Cassandra, you weren't here for the very beginning when we started to watch that video with Dr. Francis Cress Welsing and Dr. Poussaint. But that first part of the conversation, where she's talking about the masochist and the sadist relationship between black men and white women, has led us to have these two conversations here before we go on with the rest of the video. Basically, I'll ask you this. Do you think, as black folks who understand the current situation that we're under, the historical situation, the recent historical situation that we've been in, do you think that we should have the mindset that love is love and love whoever you want to love, especially in terms of race?
Oh, wow. If you guys watch my show, you know the answer to this. That is a very dangerous mindset. Love is a very dangerous word. And even to allow our children to just be is dangerous. That's not what we as parents were supposed to be. That's not what we were supposed to do. We go to work with these people Monday through Fridays, and we see how they treat us on our jobs. But we will turn around and give them our children every day for 8 hours. And we hear the horror stories, but we still don't think about a future for our children. We still don't think about, okay, we have to get our children away. We have to start educating our own children. This is crazy. We see it, but we do nothing. I don't understand that. And as far as dating white women, the Most High never told us. He told us not to. He called them serpent people. What does that mean? He called them and he told us that they were dangerous, but we seem to think that we know better than him. If he said they're dangerous, they're dangerous. People say, well, we can't, they're not all dangerous. Well, you took one that treated you well and you put them in the whole category as being safe. You put all of them in the same category. I could say all snakes aren't dangerous, but guess what? There are some poisonous snakes out there. Put them all in a pit, and I'm not going to step in the pit because I don't know which ones are dangerous. That's what we do every day with white people. We step into the pit, hoping and praying we don't get bit that day.
Thank you for joining us, Cassandra. I'm about to continue the video, but I'll give the matron the last word on this segment, and then I'll continue the video.
Ultimately, at the end of the day, you have to be with a Black mate. Any other mate choice and or selection, or when you're selecting to be with a white partner, you're making a decision towards genetic and self-annihilation.
All right, thank you for that. So what I'll do is I'll play, like I said before, I'll play the video again until a question is asked and answered, and then I'll pause it. But if you guys see fit to pause before that, just interrupt, say, hey, pause it here, and I'll pause it in that space, all right?
I think so that the need has sort of been exaggerated, because if we look at those statistics you just mentioned, actually in the past decade, even with the increase, there's only about 43,000 Black man, white woman marriages. That's a very, very tiny percentage. That means about 2% of Black men are married to white women. Now, if we had accepted the propaganda, that is the white propaganda, that all Black men desire a white woman and they want to marry your daughter, you would expect the incidence of the marriages to really be increasing at a much greater rate.
I was going to ask, does it mean that that the fact that if we accept the fact that Black men do feel that white women are preferable to Black women, are we saying that their behavior in the context of standard behavior is normal or abnormal?
Well, I don't like to use those terms. I would prefer to understand the phenomena. For example, if we start labeling behavior, like, for example, homosexuals don't like to be called pathological, for one thing. And I think that it is more useful if we say, well, let us try to understand the phenomena of homosexuality, as opposed to saying, well, now that's sick. And then people get turned off and they don't spend time trying to understand the dynamic. In the same way, I don't want to look at the phenomena of, you know, cross-color sexual mating or marriage or whatever. And in terms of pathology, I would rather say, well, let's try to understand what actually is going on.
But you call the white woman the aggressor.
I say that she is aggressive because we live in the context of a white supremacy society in which white people are the dominant group. They are the people who control the power. We are the oppressed people. We are the people who are victims of that system. Just like, I mean, in terms of history, was just a short 2 months ago in terms of the whole historical span, that Black men were being lynched for looking at a picture of a white woman. Do you see? And now we are told, well, now everything is opened up. Well, I want to understand, well, why is it that everything is opened up? I think everything is opened up since Black men started talking about Black power. You see, when Black men start talking about Black power, then that says, well, all right, maybe there will be a challenge to the system of white supremacy domination, not only in this area of the world, but all over the world. So the white supremacy system says, all right, well, now what do we do to, you know, get these people back in control? And what do we do to get them back in check? That is the Black man. Well, we'll lay our ace trump card on them, which is a white woman.
In other words,
you see, which
I paused it there because I wanted to ask this question. What does it mean for Black people when our enemies can feel like we'll just serve them up white women and that will keep them in check? They talking Black power? Let's sacrifice our white women to them and that'll get them off talking about white power. What does that say about about our people. Let me start with Marcus Garvey's The Way.
Well, when people fight a war, they fight to win, right? So the Europeans know that all it took was some pum pum, and that's all. All it takes is some pum pum and some good head, and our men will be, I don't know, enchanted to not fight against oppression. I told a friend once that, in my humble opinion, as a black person in America, I think that white people should have that if a white person had ever seen a black person's naked body, it should have been an anomaly, because after experiencing the trauma and the savagery of the European, especially here in North America, and also the Americas more so, like Brazil and stuff, that for them to know what a black penis looked like or black breast looked like would have been more of a rumor and a myth rather than an actuality. I think we could have kept ourselves to ourselves and not let the European. I mean, they raped you, so how are you giving yourself to them now? So the fact that the European male knew that as a tactic of war, that all he had to do was give his little steel copper pum pum female to our men, and that was going to work then and now. They're playing this game to win. That's my opinion.
Let's go to Daily Affirmations by Pauline.
Should be downstairs.
Were you baking them roasting?
You have.
I'm just listening at this time. I have no comment. I'm trying to digest it all.
Yeah, I mean the thing. Thank you for that Daily Affirmation by Pauline. The thing for me is you would never hear someone say they were able to sacrifice, quote unquote, a black woman to a white man, and he will come off of his power dynamic. Like, you just won't hear that. And a part of that has to do with they're not raised like that. They're raised, they're born and bred and raised to think of themselves as the top of the pinnacle. So everything else is beneath them. So you go to them with a black woman, they think that in their minds, this woman is beneath me anyway. I have dominion over these types of folks. And that's something I want us to understand. Like, it's crazy that these people have us, at least think about us in that way. And in this case, our men, to think that our men will just roll over, right, and forget about black power just because you brought through some scraggly white woman. Cassandra, what say you to that? You're muted if you're talking.
I'm sorry. Yes, I think we as Black folk have forgotten who our enemies are. And we seem to look at them because they have not called you a nigga. Sorry if I'm not supposed to say that word.
That's
but
right.
It's almost like if they don't tell you to your face or show you that I hate your guts or I hate you or I loathe you, we seem to want to make excuses. And we'll give up our own families for that white approval. We'll do whatever. We'll give up our children. We've sacrificed our children to them. We've allowed them to educate our children. And if we look at our kids now, it's not the same. They've had 70 years, and look at our kids. But we still want that approval. I've given you my babies. You still don't love me. I've done this. You still don't approve. That is some mental illness stuff going on with Black people. And I think it's time for us to understand that. That's what's going on. It's got mental illness. What else can we call it? We are willing to sacrifice everything for that white approval and love.
Yeah, it's insane. It's insane. Lero, what say you?
To be honest, I honestly don't think that is true. That white men are sacrificing their women. I mean, if you look in history, Black men were lynched for just approaching some white women. And even if you look at the dynamics of some interracial relationships between white women and Black men, you'll find that even today that there's still tension from their broader families. So a lot of these women, like, their fathers will disown them. Literally, I can't bring you around my dad. I can't openly date you. There's relationships being had in secret. I mean, I saw it all the time, especially like in high school as a youth. To think that, like, as an adult, you talk to some families, some interracial couples, and they'll tell you about the struggles they had. Some of our families weren't acceptance, maybe on both sides, but you often hear of, the white side not being so accepting of their white woman bringing home, a black man. I think in today, we don't see a lot of pushback on interrelational relationships like we do as black people, because, I mean, white people are still the majority. So, it's like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. It's not like we're sacrificing ourselves. And it's really black folks sacrificing themselves. You know what I mean? You're the ones whose numbers are at a decline. If we're thinking about the American context, you're the one who's being sacrificed, facing whatever consequences it may be from, now your money is going to, white family. You know what I mean? Regardless of how you feel of mixed children, your partner is not black. That's money, outside of your community that you share as a unit. You know what I mean? Whether, especially in marriage. So, no, I think it just really falls down to just the mental side of just black folk, and that we, crave that white validation, that white, we will sacrifice ourselves as we have, like we shed our blood, for integration, we will sacrifice ourselves, as we have shown in history, to be included in their spaces, and in their bedrooms. I mean, that's all I can say.
Matron, you see Lero and Sister Cassandra, they both feel like Cress Welsing is wrong here, and is that it's black folks who are sacrificing themselves. What say you to all that?
I think that white society is going to try to save itself at all costs. And they will give us their rejects. They will give us their trinkets. They will take that white man that they have cooled out who was on black empowerment and give him a good job, or make him a puppet. It's like watching Get Out or looking at Clarence Thomas's life or Skip Gates' life or Cornel West's life, where they have now become tools of white society. So they do, in that regard, oftentimes try to tantalize and lure away powerful black thinkers with whatever tools they have. And even in their intersectional community, in their trans community, they try to lure away black thinkers from black society with sex with white people.
Okay, let's continue the video, and at the next pause, we'll discuss it some more.
Brings the black man then back within the context that the white supremacy system is going to work for you. See, we've denied you this, now you have it. But on close examination, in spite of all of the black-white marriages, the black-white sex that has occurred throughout history, in the last 500 years, there has been no serious tampering with the maintenance of white supremacy, certainly not through the bedroom activity. Do you see what I'm saying? But in other words, it throws people off balance.
So
in other words,
the white woman is still, I think, in a position of psychological dominance.
Right.
And so far as she is, that's a form of white supremacy, and that the black men are frequently responding to her dominant position, the fact that she is considered a superior status object in society. But getting back to this point,
well, let me ask a question before you move to that. Then if we accept that, are we saying that the black men who marry white women are asking for dominance from a female?
No, the black men who are married by white women.
but the trend you continually.
No, I think that they're looking for status.
The black men are looking for status.
The black men are looking for status, whether they are aware of it or not. In other words, as long as you have white supremacy domination any place in the world, whether it's Brazil, whether it's Hawaii, whether it's Japan, any place, you name it, that as long as the people of color are the people who are oppressed, then when a marriage occurs, in other words, the dominator says, I will pick you amongst the victims who I dominate to marry you, then the victim says, oh, goody, this means I'm in.
Well, that's true, but if I can ask this question.
Okay.
It seems the way you are framing your analysis, that the almost total blame, if we can use that word, for interracial marriages is because of, one, white society vis-a-vis white supremacy.
Seeking to maintain itself.
And two, white women being the aggressors. You seem to be saying, and I'm asking a question, that black men are just blameless and they're sort of like the victims of something that they have no control over, or that they have no need to be married to a white woman for some perhaps pathological basis.
No, let's say, for example, if you set up the conditions for the development of a sadomasochistic relationship, then the masochist as well as the sadist is a part of that relationship, and they are playing roles that they have been conditioned to play. In other words, a person who is a masochist seeks out the sadist because then they could play their sort of dual game, their mutual reciprocity together. Now, within the dynamic of the system of white supremacy, you have, for example, many of the white women who are with black and other non-white men are actually, I believe, having a dialogue with white men.
How does that work?
See, the dialogue goes like this, according to my analysis. First of all, the white women, we have the women's liberation movement, which is a dynamic of white females. Okay, they are asking for liberation out from under the white male. All right, now within the dynamic of the white supremacy culture, you also have penis envy. In other words, the white men have been perceived as being dominant over the woman. And so the woman says, well, I wish I had a penis. Okay, so what does she do? She says, well, I'll go out and get one that's supposed to be more powerful than yours, but I'm going to control it because we are white and we control all of the non-white. So she goes out and she selects, and all this is unconscious, you know, activity, if you will. She goes out and selects a non-white male, be he black or any other non-white. Then she is walking down the street, or they can go to the, you know, justice of the peace or the priest or be married. And anytime a white man sees that, she is communicating to him, see, I've got one because I am in control of this.
But I don't think we can.
So I want to go to what Dr. Poussaint has to say here. He kind of, to me, kind of shows his ass a little bit in this next question. But before I go there was a lot said there and a lot to kind of unpack. First question I have for you ladies is, do any of you believe that there is such a thing as a system of white supremacy? What do you call it? White supremacy? You call it white nationalism, you know, the dominant society, you know, what have you? Do you guys believe that there is a system in place along those lines that's, you know, of white supremacy?
Of course.
I agree that there is.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Lero?
Yes, but I'm one who personally disagrees with the statement white supremacy, and I don't use the word, but I agree that there is a system, to say the least.
Yeah, there's a system. You know, again, you could call it what you will. You know, a rose by any name is still a rose, right? You could call it what you will. I personally try to stay away from the terminology white supremacy. I don't like what it denotes. But there is a dominant society, and they have a system in place to maintain their power, right? The next thing the good Dr. Welsing talks about was what was the thing she was just talking about just now? She was talking about the sadist and the masochist relationship. How do you guys feel about that look at that dynamic of the black man, white woman, that it's really a person who likes mistreatment and the person who likes to dish it out, right? Seeking each other out. How do you guys feel about that? Let's start with Cassandra.
Well, this is funny. She can't dominate her white counterpart the way she can dominate a black man, because a lot of the times, and I've seen this so often, that our black men seem to become more submissive to them because that white woman sometimes is bringing home the bacon and frying it up. And he has to become submissive to her in order to keep her, to make her happy. This is his position, and she loves it. And yes, she does, I think, flaunts it in her white counterpart's face, because she's saying, yes, I can do it too. But at the same tone, you have a black man that will allow anything to have a white woman. you'll see him doing stuff that you would naturally see him doing with a white woman. So yes, I do believe that he becomes submissive to his white woman.
Yeah, I've also seen the case of where the black man is the breadwinner, yet he's still submissive to the white woman. He still takes a bit of a subservient role. You still do see that as well. Matron, what say you?
You know, they're both educated to play those roles. And unfortunately, what happens is they do seek each other out and they become bad examples that people hold up as the standard. Like you said, you see black men that even if they are the breadwinners, they are still subservient to that white wife that they have. And you have situations where domestic violence and attacks occur and they abuse the children and different things like that. And I think that white people in general have this pursuit for power, and they always try to put themselves in situations where they can dominate or have control over black people. She talks about some things later in the video where I think even their desire to mate with or make black looking people is their desire to have control because they don't have control in white society.
Okay. Lero, you want to add something to that?
I can kind of agree with like white women being like the sadists in the relationship. I don't think black men necessarily like are masochists and whatnot. I think you got to think white women have kind of always been right beside white supremacy. So I think, this whole women's liberation movement is them not liking, the cut of their share. You know what I mean? And it's not as if they've just been powerless the whole time and then under the whims of the white men. You got to think, the women that would get involved sexually with black men and these same women that they were involved with, they're right there under the, at the lynching of this man, at the sentencing of this man, you know what I mean? As they lied and, claimed that they were raped and, made up stories to inflict that punish and power on this man just because they're not maybe in the position of the judge and the one who's giving out the verdict and whatnot, but you still are literally responsible and complicit for what happens to this black man that got involved with you, that you tricked and you lied about. So, and I think black men just kind of sometimes fall victim to that sense they fall victim to, thinking that me with this white woman, our situation is different though. You have all these historical examples, but this one is different. This one, because I'm coming at it genuine. I believe this person is genuine. And as time, reveals itself and the context of what it means you culturally, economically, and where you stand in life and where this woman stands in life, and, the power dynamics clash, they conflict, and you get these type of situations to pop up. Yeah.
The idea of women, the idea of a group of women saying, you know what, I'm powerless against my own man, the man that looks like me, who looks like my father. I'm powerless against them, but you know what? There's another man on the planet. I'm going to go get that man, but because of how we think, I know that I control that man, and I'm going to put that battery in that other man's back to kind of put it, throw it in the face of my own man and gain some type of acceptance. It's kind of strange to me, but it's an interesting thing to do. When black women divest, for example, are black women thinking along those lines that she's going to go with this white man and make the black man feel bad and make him do better by her? Is that ever the thought?
Okay, well, I don't think that that's a conscious thought. That might be a subconscious thought. I have often looked at those situations and women that I've talked to, and they were often rejected by the black community. So
interesting. Marcus Garvey is the way. What say you to the comments you've heard so far in this spot?
I agree with Lero in terms of what she said conceptually. I think we must remember that the European female is the mother. and she raises the males and the females. She's taught them how to play the game. So she's taught them how to use white tears, female white tears. She's taught her male to defend her against the black man. Now he can beat the brakes off of her, but when it comes to the black man, he must, set the record straight that he is the dominant one. But behind closed doors, he'll beat the brakes off of her. I remember years ago, I was in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and this white female, she looked at me and she said, "Oh, you're so beautiful. Black people are gorgeous." She said she loves everything about black people, but she doesn't like the history. And then she went on to we were it was kind of like an Airbnb, and later that night, she was an American. She was some kind of Nordic European, but she had a white American boyfriend. Later that night, I just heard him in there beating the brakes off of her, and she taking those blows. But in her mind, her existence as a white woman was better than mine. Now I was getting the brakes beat off me, but in her mind, her just being white was the standard. So as I said, the white female has created the world in which we live in, because a mother raises children. So when the white woman creates the serial killer, do we condemn her? When the white female had the black male during enslavement, she played the games. She was the one that cried. She was the one that said, "Oh, he offended me. He looked at me. He did this." So for the black female, for not black female, for the black male to have gone through all of that and then ignore it. I mean, I think it's more the American condition. Again, I don't think it's a Caribbean thing. I don't even think it's necessarily a global thing. But in America, you have black men who were one-on-one in this situation and still could not see the detriment of the European female. That is like when Harriet Tubman was trying to get black people off the plantation, and they were in the middle of slavery, experiencing it firsthand, and they still didn't want to leave the plantation. So now you have, you understand what I'm saying? Like, you have people experiencing it, but in their minds, it's not worth leaving. So now you have black men who have seen the manipulation and the deviancies of the European female, but still get with her. Like, logically, like, I don't know if it's on hindsight, but how does that make sense? So as a black female, I don't know. I can't answer for a black male.
Well, I'll ask this one question of you, follow-up question. That shows that we have a deep programming, like Francis Cress Wilson says in this video. How do we reverse that programming? And by the way, is this something you ladies want to see reversed? That programming. I saw Marcus Garvey is the way on that one. She dropped off. All right, let me go to Cassandra. Do you want to see that programming reversed? And how should we go about that?
Well, absolutely, that program needs to be reversed because we're genociding ourselves. Right. We have to educate our own children. That's where it all starts. If you want, and they know what they were doing 70 years when they said, "Hey, come on over here, we'll, educate your children." And we thought, okay, well, your ice must be colder. So we went not understanding what that was going to mean for our children. We thought they were friends. We thought they were safe. We thought, oh my God, we get this chance and, we're going to experience their kind of life, and not understanding that we would never experience anything close to what they were experiencing. We were giving up our young babies' minds, and they were glad to have them. And then they went to work. We understand the schools and how it's set up, and every program that they've set up for Black people is for our demise. It's for us to remain at the bottom of the totem pole. And we have no clue. We're just, it's just whatever they do, we're glad about it. Not understanding the consequences of us coming together with them. So yes, I would love to see this. I would love for us as women to start teaching our children and grandchildren how dangerous these people are.
Daily Affirmations by Pauline. Do you agree with what Cassandra just said or disagree?
I think it's important to teach our children about our history, and so that they'll be better protected. But I had a couple comments about some things that were said
Go
earlier,
ahead.
if I might. Okay. Successful Black women, women who are not successful, when they've had failed relationships. I know earlier I mentioned that in the 60s and 70s it was a status thing, but I realized that it still exists today, because the first thing that you'll hear a lot of the women say is, I'm not dating any more Black men because they don't know how to treat me or treat a woman, so I'm going to a white man. That's what they're saying. And that's what they're doing. You can see it all over social media. So I guess my question is, it's an uphill battle, just like with Marcus Garvey and during his time. I think it's an uphill battle today, because dating in between races is so prevalent.
But see, and that's why I said earlier, you know, we have to get away from this idea that you fall in love with whoever you fall in love with. Love has to be intentional. Love is, love is about principle. Love is about what you prefer, in a sense. It's like what you prioritize is the word I'm trying to find. Love is about priority, and for you to love outside of your race means that you've prioritized others, not in your race. And I think that idea that, well, you just fall in love with whoever you fall in love with and la-di-da-da-da, and you go on about your business, I think that's a problematic message, because that adds to the steepness of the hill that we're trying to overcome. You know what I mean? You gotta then try. We already have this programming that this white boy put on us, right? Through history, through years of subjugation, and then we go out here, especially those of us who deal heavily in that religion thing. We go out here and we tell our children, yeah, man, go ahead and do what you want. Do it, whatever it is you want to do, because the world is free for everyone, and and just ignoring our situation. And that's a problem that we have. This is why we can't say love is love, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Because there's too much already going on, and to add that, you will lose your people for like the next 1,000 years. What say you to that, daily affirmation?
Well, if that's the case, then why don't we have more, I'm just saying, Black people frequenting Black businesses? Why don't we have more Black businesses in our communities? Why don't we frequent Black schools or Black churches? Why don't we have those?
Well, that's what we need to do. That's a great point. That's exactly what we need to be doing, and we cannot be trying to do that. Those actionable things. We cannot be trying to do that, and at the same time, like Marcus Garvey is the way said, the mothers are the first teachers, right? We can't be having that, and at the same time, we're talking about, well, we are, we can love whoever we come across, right? If you fall in love with a white person, go ahead and go do it. No, we can't say that, and then also say, hey, we're supposed to be buying Black and supporting Black business and creating Black schools and all that kind of stuff. That's the contradiction that I see a lot in Black society. Well, you could do everything the white man does, right? And everything the white man does is in service to his people. So basically, you could do everything in service to the white man, right? And then expect that somehow we're going to straighten up and act right and go support Black businesses and do things Black. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Let me welcome in the sister Tanzan. Tanzan, how are you? Can you speak?
Yes, thank you. It's been quite a hectic day. I just got in right now, so I'll listen for a bit before I chime in.
Sure. Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. So the last question I want to ask on this section of the video is about penis envy. Do you guys believe that women suffer penis envy? Do you think black women suffer penis envy? Anyone can answer.
What is penis envy? Can I just ask real quick?
The idea that, to me, it's basically saying envy of male privilege or something along those lines. Envious of being a man and, the way the world works.
No, never.
You don't believe in penis envy?
I mean, if it's another European, concept, that's for European women. But I personally, no, I don't know any woman that I've spoken to or friend group that has ever thought about being, penis envy. That's just dumb. That's, as a woman, I enjoy being a female. That's it.
What say the rest of you black women here tonight?
What I'll say is that I have noticed that some women perceive men as having more power, be it physically, economically, or socially, and they envy those things. And in that construct, some black women do have penis envy because they face a different level of ageism, they face different beauty standards, they face different experiences when it comes to what's acceptable from a woman versus what's acceptable from a man. So I would say, yes, there is a level of that. And then even in talking to older women, older black women of a certain age, like let's say they were born in the 30s or 40s, they said that many of them in geriatric centers today say that they face a lot of domestic violence from their man, and they didn't understand it because they didn't understand the larger construct that we were living in. They just knew that they was getting their behind beat at home, and they didn't like that. And so again, the power that a man has and in that construct, that's something that I think women are envious of.
Anyone else? All right. So
yeah, I say it's a real thing, and it's true, and it sucks because, especially if you grow up being competitive with the men, and you do things that if a man would have done them, he would have been given his accolades. But sometimes people just treat women as, oh, you pat you on the head a little bit, and then you go on your way. So there is some of that yeah, men do have privileges. They do get I don't know, a pass or something, but they do get certain accommodations that if you're a woman, especially if you're trying to compete in the field of men, yeah, it does get a bit one does feel a certain way. Yes.
I have a quick question. Do y'all think this is more prevalent conceptually among working women? Because I've been a housewife the whole time in my adult life, so I've never had to feel the need to compete against men. I grew up in a house of women. I only had one brother. Again, I didn't feel to compete against men. Even when I was in school, academically, it was always females that were doing better. So I don't think I've ever had the experience personally of feeling that I was being disadvantaged because of males. So I'm wondering if it's just women who are in a working experience or constantly around men in a more competitive manner, if that's what the experience is causing.
It could be. I think so.
I don't necessarily think so. Because if you take a woman that's 200 pounds and has a $80,000 a year job, she's not as attractive to men in general, and she won't get picked because she's overweight, even though she has a decent income. Whereas a man that is over 200 pounds making decent money will have different opportunities. A 60-year-old woman looking for a job faces different challenges from a 60-year-old man looking for a job. And in the home, there are just different expectations usually for women than men. Working has something to do with it, but there's also a social aspect of it that doesn't necessarily play out.
Cassandra, you have any thoughts on that?
You know what? I just not really on that one, but someone said something on the panel, and they said something about why we don't support our own businesses. And that kind of, I'm thinking about that. I'm sorry, it wasn't. If it's okay, I want to go back to that question.
Go ahead.
And the reason we don't support each other, it's because if you really look at it, Black people didn't get to where we are by ourselves. We had help thinking like this. We had help acting the way we act. We had help, and they taught us, and we watched them, and we saw how they treated us, and we saw how others treated us. So we began to treat each other like that. It's almost like a baby. That baby's watching you, and they see how you treat them, and they see how you treat the sister, and they tend to treat everybody else the way they see the mom treating them. You understand what I'm saying? So when we say, wow, they don't support each other, we don't support each other, we never will, as long as we're allowing them to dominate, as long as we're allowing them to educate, as long as we're allowing them to lead us around instead of us understanding who we are and how strong we are as Black people. We will never come together until we come together with us, leave them aside, and learn how to love on us again.
Daily affirmations by Pauline. I'll give you the last word on this segment here.
I wanted to say something afterwards as well, if possible.
Okay. So when Revolutionary Matron was speaking about the weight, the income, etc., that reminded me of Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels and a lot of Black men agreed with it. The fact that if a woman was over a certain size, a certain, didn't have a certain income or didn't look a certain way, no one would want her, which is sad. I had a question. Maybe it's not time for this question, but then in the workplace, how do you interact with your bosses who are white? How do you compete with your counterparts? If you have a mindset that, for example, they're the higher power or they're the ones who have, how do you be upwardly mobile in those situations? How do you survive?
Does anyone want to answer that question?
I would love to. How do we survive? We know who we are, and we strive, not just strive, but we are actively better at whatever we set to do. And we change our mindset to know that no matter what, I got this. It's done on purpose. The thinking changes on purpose. It doesn't matter that that's your super. It doesn't matter, because guess what? I still understand who I am, and I still understand that I'm gonna outthink her, period, because of who I am. You have to learn this. You have to operate in this on purpose. This doesn't come naturally, because naturally we think, oh, this, that, and the other. But you have to actively, when you're sitting around the board and you sitting in the midst of them, you have to know that I'm coming to shine. I'm going to let you know what I'm made of. That's how I think about it. I never go into a meeting thinking, oh my God, if I said no, I'm coming in with fire. I'm coming in on fire. I'm coming in to let them know that Cassie was there.
Yeah, and I don't want to keep harping on this, but it is the thing that kind of doesn't make sense, right? If you deal with these folks on this kind of like, we love them like a brother and a sister because God will command and all this type of stuff, you won't compete. And this is why we have so many Black folks, to me, my humble opinion, who just refuse to compete even within their system. Sure, we know the system is going to be set up for them to win, but we're not even trying for the most part. We're not even trying, or I should say, we're not even trying that hard. And I think a part of it is because we just see them, a lot of us through different outlooks just see them as part of the family, part of the human family. So why should I compete against him? Let him win. It's fine. Well, we're all family, and that's a big problem. Marcus Garvey is the way. I think you had a question.
Yeah, it was the lady that was talking about, who was talking about the not supporting Black businesses. Again, I think that a lot of things are the American experience. Growing up in the Caribbean, I was surrounded by Black entrepreneurs, obviously supported by Black people. Yes, you had what we call Syrians. Anybody that was from the Middle East was considered a Syrian. They were supported in businesses, but I know personally Black millionaires who were made by the support of Black people and just being entrepreneurs. Yeah. So the concept of why Black businesses are not supported. I think again, a lot of these things are American situations and not global. When I came here to America, every time I come to a new city, like I came to St. Louis, the first thing I did was find out all the Black companies around me, and I know many of the Black owned businesses in my area. I do business with them. And even before I did business with them, I know these people personally. Some people I know more better than others. But every city I've gone to, I find who are the Black people and I support them the best I can. From this, there's one guy who sells on the street in my city. And that is something that you don't normally see, like a street vendor. He sells nearby where I live, and he tells me a lot of stuff about the history because he grew up in East St. Louis. How he says to him he thinks that Black people are now supporting more Black conscious businesses because he sells on the street, and he says he'll make $500 a day or $300 a day, and all he sells is like handcrafted Black jewelry and dashikis and stuff like that. And he said to him he's seeing a change in consciousness that people are now supporting more Black businesses. So to say that people are not doing it, there's the new Black Wall Street. I don't know if everybody know about the one in Atlanta. Like I took my daughter there and her best friend and her mom there in summer. So we drove 8 hours just to support a Black business in another state 8 hours away. So people are supporting Black businesses the best they can. But I don't think enough people are. Like I'm in a Black city and a lot of Black businesses. I have a friend who she had the only Black children's bookstore in America. She's an immigrant. She came here and she developed the only Black bookstore for children here in America. And the people who support it, white people, because they want to teach their kids about diversity, or the teachers want to do the diversity things. But she doesn't have enough Black people coming through, but she works around it and does local programs for Black people just to help in the community in which she's in. But yes, enough Black people here in America don't support the businesses, but it's not a global phenomenon. We have Black businesses globally in the Caribbean and other countries who have no choice but to be supported by Black people because that's all you're surrounded with. But America's predominantly white, and you will find the Black people follow the white people. Like, why would I be buying Calvin Klein and Birkins and all that other nonsense when there's handcrafted, unique pieces made by Black people for Black people? Why? Yeah, so that's my input.
I appreciate that. So just to remind you, we're watching the video, the 1973 report of Black Man, White Woman, and the discussion is between Dr. Poussant from Harvard University and Dr. Frances Cress Welsing from Howard, both psychiatrists. And they're talking about the pathology of Black man with white woman, because in that decade preceding 1973, the number of Black men with white women started to go up as the number of Black women and white men started to go down. But there's an interesting little caveat to that, and they're going to discuss that in a second. But right now, she's talking about the penis envy and the idea that, and by she, I mean Dr. Welsing. She's talking about penis envy, and she's talking about how the white woman basically is having this discussion with her white man. It's a non-verbal discussion, but she's saying, look, you're my man, but if you're not going to treat me as an equal, if you're not going to treat me right, I'll go and get another man, one who is supposedly better constructed than the white man. And the difference here is that I will go and control that Black man to carry out my will. And, one of the questions I asked earlier is, do the divestors have that mentality? And I think a few of us said no. So let's continue with the video as she talks about this idea of the black manhood, right? Let's check it out.
Generalize to that extent. I think that's a theory, but it's getting back to the question when we present arguments that way, is whether the relationship between Black men and white women are pathological. Now, Frances said she doesn't like to think of it in that framework, but the fact is that a lot of psychiatrists have presented or said that interracial relationships in marriage stem from a type of negative psychological position or some type of pathology because of the racism in society. They'll say that the racism distorts people's minds so that frequently you'll get, say, a white woman attracted to a black man for the wrong reasons or for racist reasons. She may see him as inferior, that might turn her on, or she might see him as a black stud, that may turn her on. All of these are racist perspectives. Or the black man can get attracted to the white woman because she's supposed to be superior, and he wants to be part of that whiteness. In other words, she's sort of anointing him or helping him to feel a sense of self-worth by his involvement
Well, I wouldn't
with
argue
her.
with any of that.
But
yeah.
At the same time, I think that
let's look
we
at it
can't
this way.
say that this happens with everyone, and even if it does happen, that this is pathological.
Well, let's look at it this way.
Motivated
Let's say, for example, white men and white women have many difficulties in terms of marriage. All right. I mean, there's a lot of alienation that is going on just within the white group itself, within the whole total context of the white supremacy system. Black men and black women have serious problems in terms of the marital relationship. Now, either we say that all of these people are sick because of, various problems, or we can say, well, now let us look at the total behavioral phenomena that is occurring within a social system. Let's not bother to label it, but let's begin to understand what is happening. Do you see what I'm saying? Because there are many, many problems. I wouldn't want to say that I don't think it's useful. At one level, we can say, all right, these are pathological relationships, the problems that black men and black women have. Or we can say that the problems that white men and white women have are pathological. But I don't think that
society is
because once you say pathological, then
which means sick.
Sick, then people who can be helped by understanding the dynamic, they're turned off because they don't want to be labeled as sick, but they may want to understand the phenomenon.
Well, for purposes of analysis, let us assume.
Like, let's say everybody who comes to a psychiatrist doesn't want to be labeled as sick. They say, I have a problem. I don't understand how I am relating to this other individual and the product that we have that I don't want. Let me help me understand it so I can straighten it out. And this is where I'm coming from. I don't want to create a big thing
at the same time, though.
I wanted to pause there. I want to ask you ladies, do you have a problem, or are you completely okay with the idea that black people are sick? Let's start with Tanzan.
Yeah, we're sick. We're sick, but not to tell Massa about it, to just speak amongst each other that we're sick. And there's no problem admitting our sickness if the aim is to solve it. If we don't admit where we're sick and where we're damaged and where we're weak and where we're wounded, then we'll never, heal, and we'll never move forward. So, we're sick.
We are sick. Lero, are we sick?
Yes, to put it in simple terms, you could say we're sick. I think more so that we are colonized, that we lack a worldview. And I like to say colonized because I think decolonization, while land is important, it is also psychological. And until we can address in what ways are we, psychologically deferred from our true worldview and the true agency of self as a people and as a collective, and not looking as ourselves as a broader collective, we're going to continue to be so-called sick.
All right, I appreciate that. Matron, what say you?
Yeah, we're sick, and a virus was introduced into our systems and our societies, and we seem to have a problem with purging it out.
I appreciate that. Daily Affirmations by Pauline. Do you think we're sick? Or do you think it's an insult to say that black people are sick?
I believe we're sick.
Okay. Mm-hmm. You want to expand on that a little bit? What makes you believe that?
Well, for me, I'm thinking about all of the shootings, all of the killings of our own, and all of the violence against ourselves. For me, that self-hate, from young people to middle-aged people to older people are this violence is going on all over. And that's why I think we're sick, because we have our youth. We tend to somehow, especially our youth, we tend to have this self-hate. That's why I think we're sick. One of the reasons.
Who do you attribute the reason for why there's all this black self-hate and violence against each other? Do you think that's just black folks' sickness? Is that they just dislike each other? Or do you think the sickness, as the matron put it, was a virus that was entered into us by someone else?
So I think it comes from generations ago, from slavery.
Okay. Is that a roundabout way of saying you think it's from the white man?
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, we gotta not be roundabout. We are black folks. You know, we gotta be honest and clear about our situation and who are the players in this thing. Consider, what say you?
I think I want to call it mental illness. It's hard to live in a country that is full of hurt, hate, trauma, and not be affected. And I don't believe that we're the only ones that were affected. Anytime you can hang a person and burn them alive and you watch it and you have a smile on your face, you've also passed down traumas to your children. So their children is passing down traumas to us. We are passing down traumas to us. When you talk about black on black crime, white on white crime, look at Russia and Ukraine. It's not just black folk.
Right.
But black folks seem to believe that it's only us that's committing these crimes against us. No, white folk kill each other. Look at Jeffrey Dahmer. White folk kill each other all the time. Look at Ukraine and Russia. That's a prime example right there. Mm-hmm. They fight just like we do, but we don't have anything to compare it with. So we just blame it on us. We did this to us. No, we had help. We didn't get here by ourselves. Look at the country you're living in. Mm-hmm. We are in this abusive relationship with America, and we don't know how to get out of it.
Marcus Garvey is the way. Are we sick, or is that a mischaracterization?
Of course we're sick. I do think if you live with a virus, I think everybody basically covered the concepts. To me, the European is the virus. We've been exposed to the virus, and they are, you pick up bad habits. Like, parents tell the kids you're going to pick up bad habits from bad friends. So we've picked up some of their bad habits. Something that I do believe, like if you watch documentaries and you see Africa, okay, and you see a village, yeah, if you ever notice villages that have been the ones that are normally untouched by Europeans, you'll notice how clean and neat they are. Yeah, you don't see garbage anywhere. But when you go to watch documentaries where maybe it's like where the Europeans have had more of a hand in and have tried to modernize it, you'll see garbage, trash, chaos everywhere. But let's say you go to I think of the Omo, or I can't remember the name of the women, the place is immaculate. The villages are immaculate. Yeah. They have their culture. They keep everything clean. But then people talk about, okay, when you come to America, you go into the hood, everything is dirty. We pick up European bad habits. And I think it's just basically from exposure. I think the colonized have picked up a lot of bad habits from the Europeans. As a people, we are not the only ones who have experienced European virus. When you go to Asia, the people, come on, the little, was it she-males? Yeah, that's a virus. Yeah, that's craziness. Which country is it? You know what I mean?
Thailand.
But yeah. Where you got little boys becoming little girls, all that nonsense. That's the exposure to the European virus. The colonized are was it, would I say symptomatic? I don't know if that's the right word, but we are showing what it is to be exposed to that experience of colonization. And there's nothing beautiful about it. There's nothing to be cherished or anything about it. The colonization, picking up European habits, come on, they were in their country sodomizing each other. They were over there eating each other. The Dahmer thing is not a new thing. Yeah. We know stories of Europeans being cannibalistic to each other, even in more modern times with a plane that crashed and they ate people. I mean, so these behaviors, I truly believe that with our history, the Europeans are the only ones in history who has not changed over all this time. They have not changed any of their basic habits, even from not even wanting to shower to their eating raw meat. They have not changed. We, the colonized, have been the ones who have had to adjust to the sociopathic, psychotic way of our modern existence, and we have had to try to rationalize the lunacy of the European. And I'm going to say that the fact that we know that the things they're doing is still questionable, that means that we're not all lost. Yeah, the fact that we know, nah, you need to shower every day, and they're still telling you, nah, it's not necessary. Those little things is a little glimmer of hope, letting us know that nah, we might be a little bit gone from our experience, but we're not all gone fully. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I gotta say. Can't hear you.
Someone fell asleep.
Yeah, I know, right?
Sorry.
We're heading towards the crevasse and about to fall off the cliff.
Sorry. I'm and that's y'all that's having penis envy. That's why y'all talking to me like that right now.
Right now we wish we were in the driving seat, not heading towards the edge of the cliff.
Let's continue with the video, and then, like I said earlier, if you guys see something you want to expand upon, just tell me to pause, and I'll pause the video. Okay.
I think we can recognize certain things that, I don't know if we want to call them sick, but that are distorted. For instance, I've seen black men married to white women, and essentially they hate other black people, that they have sort of joined the oppressor and are actively anti-black. And they'll
an expression of self-hate.
That's right. It's an expression of self-hate for them to marry a white woman.
But now,
on the other hand, I see some black men who are married to white women who remain militantly black.
Well, couldn't that be a defense mechanism?
But there's a contradiction.
But being militant, let's deal with this. Some of our most revolutionary blacks have white women. Now, many blacks suspect, and it's an open secret, that their militance is simply a defense mechanism so that they can deal with their need for a white woman.
Well, but look at it this way. Many of those so-called militants who are married to white women, I think it's because of the way that they have defined the problem for themselves. Many black people who a white person will say, well, that person is militant because the person happens to be saying black power. They are not really talking about the overthrow of white supremacy. They're talking about workers of the world unite, maybe. Do you see what I'm saying? But because they are black, they're saying, well, okay, I'm saying in terms of a whole humanistic
integration, in other words.
They are talking, right. You see what I'm saying? So they don't perceive
integration, I think.
But they don't perceive a contradiction, because the whole struggle of black people until recently has been defined as trying to get we want to become a part of the society, as though it is possible for people of color to become a part of the society. Now, some black behavioral scientists are saying, on the basis of having made an analysis that the system is one of white supremacy, in which none of the non-white people in the entire world, who happen to make up 9/10 of the total world population, none of the non-white people can actually integrate into the system of white supremacy, because it is just that, maintaining white supremacy. Okay, so now within that context, then some black people are rethinking the position in terms of, now, if I am talking about the overthrow of white supremacy as a system worldwide, then what does it mean for me to not only marry, but for me to have sexual relationships with a person who, whether they are willing or not, are participating in the maintenance of white supremacy? And some of us are taking the position that if a white person really says that they like a black person or a non-white person, then they will abstain from sex and they will abstain from marriage, because they perceive also their position within the white supremacy context is as long as we have a system of white supremacy, then white people, when they relate to non-white people, are relating at a level of unequals.
But you're
and
saying,
until it's equalized, then something else is happening. Do you see what I'm saying? In other words, the non-white person who is in bed with a white person, thinking that they are bringing about a humanistic union, are really bringing about their further subjugation, because they are thinking in the act of sex that now we are one and now we are equal. And so when you find that those people who are in bed with white people, when they get out, like you said, they are negative, and you can make a diagnosis. If you see a black person being very, very negative when they are, you know, with other black people.
This is in all cases? I mean, you're sort of making a political, but you're sort of making a political statement.
But you have to agree.
I'm saying that the act of sex is a political act. You see,
Mm-hmm.
just like
when
every
it's
other
between
act,
people of blacks and whites.
every act is a political act, because when people relate, they are always relating on the basis of power. Do you see what I'm saying? Whether they are aware of that or not, you can never get away from that. And so even when people of different colors are relating, the question of power is brought into play. For example, the French, in terms of maintaining colonial domination in Africa, Arnold Toynbee has written about this, that they made it a policy, if the black man, you send him to the, the African who's in a colony, you give him a high school education and send him on to the university in Paris. He comes back and he says, all right, now I'm a Frenchman and I want to be free. I'm educated. I know as much as a colonizer. I want to be free. That you can cool him out by giving him a white woman. Do you see what I'm saying? And we see certain phenomena going on in the society today where black men who are married to white women are being given positions that black men who are not married to white women are not being given. Why? Because the white system perceives that that is a safe individual. Why? Because it is not only compromised in bed, but he is psychologically compromised. I mean, anytime you get in bed with somebody, sex is a very profound human act. And it has extreme psychological implications that spread into your, what do you do in the area of economics? What do you do in the area of entertainment?
Though, that if a black man goes to bed with a white woman, he has to be assuming that she's superior, or he has to feel that.
He doesn't have to. She is superior.
Yeah, but suppose in his relationship with her, does he have to feel that he's coming from the inferior position? What about?
She can take him anytime that she wants.
What about just the biology of it?
If she gets angry with him.
What about the biology of it? That is that he's involved in a sexual union that doesn't have political dimensions or meaning.
There's that side eye. Thank you. You see that side eye? Yeah, she's like, why are you caping so hard for these white bitches? Like, dude.
I saw it
a lot. You're caping a lot.
The look around this point in the video, you can see she could tell she wants to ask him, dude, who are you married to?
Yeah, of course we know who he's married to or who he wants to be. Maybe he is, unfortunately, with a black woman. Everybody knows who he was. God damn, as you say.
Yeah, it's a very interesting spot here. Let me play the last few minutes before the next question here, and then we'll discuss this segment of the video.
Logical.
Well, maybe if I'm saying what Dr. Welsing is saying, maybe she's saying that that's not conscious, but the dynamic cannot be eliminated on a logical basis. I mean, on a conscious basis, you can't say that unconsciously my behavior is not determined by something that I'm not aware of.
Like a lot of people say, well, this is love.
You're assuming that all black men then got this feeling of inferiority in them.
All non-white people feel inferior. See what I'm saying? All non-white people who are within the system and the dynamic and the power of the system of white supremacy, until they consciously work and struggle with themselves, and even then are going to feel inferior, because functionally we are inferior. Let's say you're a professor at Harvard. I'm a professor at Howard. Physician, psychiatrist. I take the position that we are functional inferiors. In spite of that, even compared to the white person who has a grade school graduate degree. Why? Because within the political power system, they have more power to control what happens to their lives than you and I have to control and what happens to ours.
What about the fact that a lot of black men say that they are going with white women and so on because they're trying to get back at the system, or they're trying to get revenge, or this is really a hostile act, and it doesn't, in fact, that they see it as a confrontation with the white system, and not as something that they're succumbing to as an inferior person, that they're asserting, in a sense, their manhood, or saying they just have as much right to have a choice about the women that they want that white men used to have and still have. The white men can have white women and they can have black women. They can have anybody they want. But black men were confined to black women and they couldn't even have her.
Well, let's say that.
I wanted to pause it there because I want him to show his ass completely before we move on. Plus, Daily Affirmations has to leave soon, so I want to get her input before she leaves. So there was a lot said there, including that side eye that Francis Cress Welsing has given Dr. Poussaint here. Do you guys believe that this dynamic, this black man, white woman dynamic, do you believe it's subconscious, or do you believe it's a very active, conscious thought? Let's start with the matron on this one.
Ooh, I think that it's subconscious, and I think that unfortunately they have been trained to think that white women are superior, that they are the ideal woman, whether it's their mannerisms or their physique or whatever. We don't even establish our own beauty standards for our women and what we find attractive and put it out there in a consistent propagandized way. So I think that it's subconscious just because of the conditioning they experience in the American construct.
Okay, so that's one subconscious. Lero, do you think it's conscious or subconscious?
I think it's a little bit of both, depending on the situation. I think one thing that could be either a conscious choice or a subconscious thing is that you see, I think some black men see what white women's support of white men has gotten white men in this world, in America. And so they kind of come from the situation where, hey, maybe if I do that, what can that get me as a black man? Just from the fallacious notion that union, even
Larry, you cut out there.
I bet I think I cut off for a second, but that union, even if it were to benefit you personally, is benefiting you as a black man, as someone that belongs to a collective of people. So but that can also be done whether consciously or subconsciously. So I think it's both factors.
Okay, thank you for that. So Lero's kind of in the middle of the two. Daily Affirmation by Pauline. Do you think it's a subconscious act, this black man, white woman thing, or do you think it's very much a conscious act?
I agree with Lero, but I do have a comment to make before I leave the show, if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay, for me, I in the 70s, I was in a very integrated high school. And I was around a lot of mixed couples. I was around them up until, say, the 90s. And I didn't see white women dominating black men. I saw white women being dogged out by black men. So that's why you see me.
What was their social strata? Those black men who were dogging out white women.
Not the highest caste, I should say.
Right. Okay, go ahead, continue.
And so that's why I think when I say conscious and in the middle, so to speak, subconscious and subconscious, maybe it was that a black man felt more power over, white women. We're saying they have power over black men, but from what I could see, from what I witnessed, it was the opposite way.
Okay, I appreciate that. Now, there is a case, Daily Affirmations by Paul, there is the case of, at the end of the video clip, segment we saw, this black man here was talking about, well, some black men use it as an opportunity to get back at white men. Do you believe that's true?
Personally, no. Personally, I've never witnessed that, and I've been around a lot of mixed couples. I've not witnessed that. And if I did, I overlooked it because I wasn't focusing on that.
Okay. Thank you for that. Ms. Casidra, what say you to this? Is it conscious, subconscious?
I think it's subconscious. I think they're taught as far as dealing with the teachers, watching TV, NFL ball players, their role models. What do you see them with? They see them at a young age with white women, and they like it. So that's what they're drawn to. So I don't even think that they even know it. I think it's something that they're taught.
So you think it's subconscious and it's taught by society?
Society, yes, by showing it, producing it. You see the NFL players. What do you see them with? You see, and these little boys look up to those NFL players. So it's kind of poured in subliminal. You know what I'm saying? That word.
Yeah, I got you. But here's a question for you and for everyone else. Why aren't we making, if it's a subconscious programming and we're carrying out this programming, why aren't we replacing that programming with programming of our own?
Because you don't own anything. You don't own any means of production of your own media being propaganda. So if you don't control your media and what image is being presented of you, which will later reflect your self-image, then, it's about ownership. And until we reach a substantial level of ownership, then can we question, well, what program can we implement? But we haven't even, addressed the question of that. So
what do the rest of you have to say about that?
I think that we don't often support Black media that puts out that type of content. Like Kevin Carre has a book, you know what I mean? There are different Black shows that aren't on major networks that are on either small YouTube channels or small local networks. We are not supporting the Black artists that might produce that type of content. And then there's also the ego problem, because Black people don't want to buy into anything until it's mainstream. And once it goes mainstream, unfortunately, that is the most diluted, perverted version of the product.
Yeah, right. Who wants to comment to that? Go ahead.
I don't think, because for one, we're all affected because we don't want to make white folk feel uncomfortable. We're so busy and so worried about how they're going to feel. We can't really, we can't be comfortable enough around us to be what other people say. Oh, you racist. No, we're Black. We're Black first. Doesn't mean I hate anybody, but I just love my own. Right. But to other people, that's a no. You're looking at, they kind of look down at you because you want to take things back to the 60s, back to where they were. No, I want to take them back to where they shouldn't have left, because I see what has happened when we've come together with them, and it's nothing good. And we've given them way more chances to prove themselves, and they still every day prove themselves to be evil people, period. And some people, we're safe when we, just like the one young lady said, they're safe when they know you're around a lot of white folk. You're safe. They're not worried about you. They know you're not going to stir the pot. Right. You're safe.
Yeah, once you are comfortable with being with someone outside of your race, that other race now knows that you're willing to sell out your own folks too. And that's something that I think is very important for us to teach our children and stuff, that if they could figure out that you're open to being with their people, one of their women or what have you, just know that they also understand that you are capable of selling out your whole group. Marcus Garvey is the way. You want to add anything here?
Yeah, I question whether in history the people who betrayed the race, were they not most of them married to Black people? I don't think that I think now in our modern society you have more black men with white women who are vocally disparaging black women just because they're with white women. And sometimes they're not even with quality white women. Sometimes they're with like a little pig in a blanket, but think that that's like God's gift to the earth. And I think it's a conscious decision that they're choosing these white women and not an unconscious decision, because when you look across the colonized world, most colonized people are more likely to be satisfied with having a white partner, no matter how culturally rigid they are. If the partner is white, that is far more acceptable than having a black partner. And I think for black men in America, especially, and across the diaspora, that having a white partner is seen as a come up, as a status symbol. And, no one wants to be at the bottom of anything. Yeah. So to have a white female, no matter how much light she has in her head, how much her dad had her teaching her how to suck dick correctly, no matter how much she been ran through by the town, the suburbia, no matter how much her mother's skills have produced serial killers, we don't the same way we approach our own race. When one person in our race does something, we use that one person to psychoanalyze the entire race. But when one white person does something, they speak to that one person as an individual, while we see them as, we don't look at their bad habits. Like when we see our bad habits, we remember that horrible story and try to blanket it across our own. But we don't, with the history of Europeans, we don't use that history to disparage them. Yeah. So the problem is we have allowed them to be the be all and end all and the epitome of everything in our societies across the globe. Yeah. So the white woman is the flaccid hair.
Marcus
How is
Garvey is
that the pinnacle? Yeah. But she's
your
now injecting her butt and injecting her lips and all that stuff. But again,
your sound
my
is
what?
dropping out sometimes.
Oh, I don't know why.
All right.
Yeah. I'm just saying that we see her as, is that,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
are you still hearing it drop out? Yeah, no, I'm saying I unplugged the phone. I don't know if that was the reason why. We see her as the pinnacle, and we've been told that she's the pinnacle. Now, we of rational mind should have told our kids and have told our grandparents and parents should have rationalized to us that she's not the pinnacle. But even to this day in 2022, we are now slowly learning that, yeah, you got other people around the world who has to be represented, like Disney and their representation nonsense. Like this is 2022 and we feel, oh, now it must happen. It doesn't make sense. We've had black men and black women with money and power and the ability to create the beauty and the knowledge of our people. Yeah, but they too were too busy trying to live up to the white standards. So I think it's a conscious decision of black men to want white women. I don't think it's an unconscious decision, because again, they see them as the epitome of what is the that's getting the gold star, I guess.
Right. All right. Thank you for that. Was there anything else in that video segment that we played that you guys want to comment on?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I wrote in the private chat, that was the Eldridge Cleaver argument, the fact that, black men are wreaking revenge for, slavery and all that nonsense. It's just a weak. Look, if you want to go over and sleep with them, just go where the white men are instead of making these stupid historical narratives about it. The whole thing is that it's when it comes to black men and white women, it's a slave play, you know, a slave play of the two oppressed groups. And when it comes to black women and white men, it's a power play. So the two oppressed groups, the black men and the white women who are not allowed to be with each other, oh, Romeo and Juliet, blah, blah, nonsense, you know, they seem, oh, you know, we were kept from each other, so now we can go crazy. And we were both oppressed, we were not allowed to do this and that. And, you know, our mates were allowed certain things that we were not allowed, therefore, you know, let's take revenge. It's the perfect combination, you know. The white girl is angry at her father and the black man is angry at the white man. So they're both fucking, you know, sorry, they're both, you know, they're being angry at the white man together. So, you know,
just say
what?
Just say you're trying to be diplomatic. Just say.
Well, I know this is going to be public, so you know, so yeah, there they go. They're both, you know, like you know, giving the middle finger to the white man and thinking that, oh, look, we're so free and all of that stuff. And then, you know, with the black woman and the white man, you know, the white man is playing his ultimate power fantasy, you know, his fantasy power over, you know, a woman and power over a black person. So both of those embodied in a black woman is the best for him. And for the black woman is, you know, the man's power and the white man's power. So, you know, she's on top of the world. She has the most power that she could ever aim to get. So these are both power and oppression plays. And you know, they're both sick in their ways, and this poor guy cannot understand it, or he refuses to understand it. It's both conscious because they both want something that they lack. They both want, you know, this status, both social, both personal. They both want to feel good about themselves, and they're seeking it. And also, it's an insecurity. It's an insecurity for the black man who feels that his children might not, you know, because they're born black, they're born with a disadvantage. So he wants to give them, you know, a second chance at life or whatever. And to him, this white woman is his salvation. So, you know, and the unconscious part of it is you know, that self-hatred. It's both self-hatred. We have adopted a lot of that self-hatred that they had amongst themselves, that they don't like each other. You know, even when we talk about how divisive we are, how we don't like each other, how we can't work with each other, they can work with each other despite their deep hatred for each other. They have overcome their hatred. We have not. You know, that's one thing that we're still lacking, you know, and this is, we cannot overcome it because we cannot accept that we have, you know, imbued that virus hatred within us, which is not natural to us. Because speaking as someone from, you know, and I hate to throw, you know, the African card on it, but Africans don't really, you know, hate each other. While people are tribalistic to some extent, you know, the self-hatred really came with the colonialism, with the exposure to other things. But historically, there was never this, oh, you know, I hate myself because of who I am and all this. So so even this self-hatred is something that we learned from them. And if we can't accept that, yes, we are unfortunately corrupted with it, then we cannot get rid of it. But yeah, you know, this man, he's not sure of his manhood as a black man, and therefore he needs a white woman to bolster it. And yeah, that's all I say for now.
All right. Let's continue watching the video. Again, stop me if there's something you want to say. I'll try to stop at the next big question from Tony Brown.
Let's say that some black men say they're super fly. Some say they're shaft. Some say that they're super nigger and that they have power that they don't have. That's a fantasy. You see what I'm saying? We can say a lot of things. I can say, for example, I'm a psychiatrist and I'm free. Does that make it a case? No, it doesn't. The proof of what is it that I can do for myself? Can I protect my children? Can I protect anything that I call mine? The ultimate answer to that is no. So that we can say a lot of things. Black men can think that they're doing a lot of things. It was not black men who said that white women could come now into the black community and start picking up whatever black man they want. The black man didn't have anything to do with that. And if the white supremacy system tomorrow morning wants to turn it around and say all white women come home because it's essential to maintain white supremacy, all white women will go home.
But don't you think, Francis, that psychologically, if white women have been forbidden to black men by oppression, if the black man has access to the white woman, that will make them feel more psychologically free.
It will fool them
the
more.
system.
Let's say, for example, if you tell me, for
He
instance,
said psychologically free.
well, that's not, well, wait a minute.
He didn't say functionally free.
No, it's a fantasy, and then it's a psychosis.
Is
Do
that
you
right?
see that?
What
Right.
do you
In
mean
other
by
words, if you
psychosis?
are operating, just like they tell us in psychiatry,
That means a loss of contact with reality.
Are functioning, if you are functioning on something that is not reality, then you've had it.
Well,
okay. Now, but this is something that the white supremacy system understands. You see what I'm saying? They understand. Well, now we programmed these victims to feel that if they get a white woman, they will have it. Like a black cat told me who was graduating from graduate school at Harvard, that marrying a white woman was a part of the Harvard degree. In other words, I'm really in. Do you see what I'm saying?
Part of
All right.
ascending upward in.
All right.
In the
Now,
system.
the system has
Okay,
programmed
in his
us to
mind,
think that. Just like it programs a black woman to say, all right, if you have a white man, that really means that you are in. Nonsense. Do you see what I'm saying? Because white supremacy is going on. And white supremacy will go on and victimize your children and your offspring irrespective of what you were doing in your bedroom
That's
activity.
true.
And the white supremacy system further would like the non-white and the black man to think that his phallus or his penis, if you will, is equal to an M16 rifle, which is what he maintains power with.
But Francis, you don't think it's possible for a white woman and a black man to be involved in a relationship as individuals?
Listen,
without all of this stuff.
No more than it is for a black man and a black woman to think that they have got.
All these things.
We don't
going
know.
On.
In other words, when the black man and the black woman decide that they are in love, all those feelings that we call love. What we call love is just that historic programming. What parent we were tied to and whatever dynamic was going on, and then we go and pick somebody who turns on those same feelings, and we call those feelings love. But that doesn't, just because we call it love and then glorify it, doesn't mean that we cannot understand how those feelings got programmed in that way. And so a black man and a black woman, particular people who've had particular experiences, meet on a sunny day and they say, we are in love and we want to go off and get married, as though white supremacy as a major dynamic in the world has disappeared. Oh, no.
But we don't have proof that most black men are programmed that way.
Do we have 9/10 of the people in the world controlled by white supremacy?
But we don't have proof
wait
that
a
the
minute.
black
What does
man
that mean?
is programmed.
What does that mean?
That is, we don't have the statistics to validate black men all wanting to rush after white women.
Wait a minute. Look at. Let's be honest. If we look at what is the dynamic that goes on in the so-called black community or more amongst black people, what is still, in the quiet recesses of our thinking, what is considered as beautiful? Still light skin and still straight hair. Well, what does that mean? See, that just means that the black mother who trained her son, I have a friend who says that his mother programmed him down in Oklahoma, just looking out the front porch to the girl, black girl who was light skinned, straight hair. There's a beautiful girl. To the black skinned girl with the kinky hair, she wouldn't say anything. Do you see what I'm saying? So that kind of programming, this is what I'm saying, that all of this goes on.
Involved in love.
All of this goes is involved in love. Who is a suitable choice? What kind of woman does a professional man marry? You see, you can just survey. All we have to do is look at the phenomena of the social laboratory.
That's true.
And say, well, who are the people, that particular people who pick to marry? And we can understand that the dynamic of white supremacy is intact even when a black man and black woman are in bed. I've talked to black men who said when they're in bed with black women, they're thinking about Doris Day.
Oh, really?
I mean, well,
but Dr. Busan, you must admit, that there
are. Let's pause it there. I want to ask you, ladies, a question. Whenever you hear of or see of a black man who has chosen to go the way of white women, shouldn't there be a thought and a question perhaps as to what did his mother teach him? What examples did his black mother set or didn't set? Shouldn't there be a conversation around that, matron?
I absolutely believe that mothers imprint their children with different messages. You need to look at what his relationship was like with his mother and his grandmother, because even if she didn't say anything, if she was a toxic mother or did not embody what he perceived motherhood or mother to be, then
Or
he's
woman.
going to have, or a woman to be, he's going to have a toxic relationship with Black women because he doesn't know how to relate to them. But then he's been programmed by the larger society to venerate white women. So yes, there does need to be a conversation there.
Lyra, what say you to that?
Yeah, there definitely needs to be a conversation. I can only speak for myself. I know growing up, you know, the women in my family and even the men in my family, like my father, my uncles, my mother, my grandmother, you know, they told, you know, me and my brother, you grow up, you know, your education is important, but I need you to get with a Black man and I need you to get with a Black woman. You know, that was something that like from kid we were told and we were taught, you know, as children, like you need to procreate. Black family matters. And so I mean, if one doesn't have that type of dynamic where that is not of importance to you, you know, or you know, you as a parent don't think it's important to teach your kids that, you know, my children, because you know some people can have a, like my partner can be Black, but you know my children can love who they want because, you know, I just happen to be with this Black man because I loved him, not because I'm with this Black man because, you know, we are looking to build upon the race and establish a Black family. You know, we're just a family, you know, and I just want my children to have a solid family. So I'll teach you values, but I won't teach you to apply them to your race because that's not even what I was doing, you know, though my partner just happened to be Black, you know. So yeah, it's something he would have to address with his mother, I mean, and his father as well.
Yeah, Lero just retouched on the thing I was trying to say earlier, that you know you know, in the case of that kid who had the cotton stuffed in his hair by those white kids, yeah, he probably has, you know, he probably happens to have a set of parents who happen to be Black, but they were never taught by their parents to be Black first, to be or Black only. You know what I mean? Or to have that racial pride where you wouldn't, you know, you'll teach your kid that shouldn't happen. You have to get up out of there. You know, that's the thing I was talking about earlier. Ms. Casidra, what say you?
Well, Black folk have dropped the ball when it comes to our children. We don't raise them anymore. We don't have time. We're working 12-hour days, and that's on purpose. We don't have time. Depending on his mom, the relationship, I agree with Matron. She talked about the relationship. That has a lot to do with it. If his mom was toxic, then guess what? If he has an issue with his mom, he's going to have an issue with all Black women.
Right.
And we just dropped the ball, plain and simple. It goes both ways. I agree with both of the young ladies. It just depends. Just depends.
Ladies, how come in the larger conversation, the mother and the grandmother never comes up when people talk about Black men going out there outside of their race with white women? How come no one ever brings up, you know, the relationship, in particular the relationship with the mother or grandmother in those cases? Now, of course, the fathers, grandfathers have some blame in it too, but we never hear about, you know, the mothers. What did you teach these children? What did you teach these boys? I'll start with Tanzan here.
I think there's two aspects to it. The first, when it comes to, you know, to choosing your partners, I think that firstly that the mother should not be, you know, the mother should not be the main influence in a man choosing his. She should be one of the, you know, one of the influences, but not the main one. I think that when it comes to puberty and afterwards, the mother is the first teacher, but the father and the community are the ultimate teachers. So in terms of, you know, dealing with women, you know, being a man, you know, growing up, all these things I don't know how much a woman or a mother can teach a son about these things. So, but a woman can do the best that she can. She can advise him, look, you know, you should first, you know, put your women first. You should be, you know, this and that, and show him the values. But there's only so much that a mother can do in terms of, you know, teaching her children. So just assuming.
Tan, if I could interject real quick.
Sure.
I know a Black man married to a white woman, right? His father was married. Both his parents were really dark-skinned Black folks, very, very very African, even though they're from the Caribbean, very African in features and whatnot, right?
Mm-hmm.
The father clearly showed that he selected a black woman, right? The mother shows that she selected a black man, but it's a son we're talking about, right? The father clearly shows he chose a black woman. So I think he did his teaching there. What did the black woman, what did the mother do to show her?
But how is that clear? Like someone was saying, they just happens someone who happens to be black. They didn't marry somebody specifically because they were black. So even, you know, just black people marrying other black people does not necessarily mean that they're being black first. They just black only. They're simply being black first, which is to say the first person I see around me, I'm going to marry. And usually that's a black person. Black only is a principle that says the only person I'm going to marry is a black person. So I don't know what, the numbers are, but a lot of black people don't marry other black people because of a race conscious thing. It's simply because, they're there, they're attracted to them, they're in their presence. So, if you don't show your children that one of the reasons why you married that person is because they are from, they're black, because that's one thing though that Africans to a not good extent, because for them it's like, oh, you have to marry somebody because they're from this tribe, or you don't marry somebody because they're from another tribe, and so on. So the reason, that identity is a part of the reason why you marry or you don't marry somebody. Whereas here in America, it's all just, oh, you fall in love with whoever you fall in love, black, white, yellow, green, or whatever. So, you just marry whoever you marry. So just because two black people have married each other does not mean necessarily that marrying a black person is the best. They just show that they married whoever they fell in love with. But if they make that a standard and they say, look, I was not going to marry anybody who was not, who didn't look like your mother. If it was not her, it was going to be somebody else, and you make that clear to people, to the children, then yeah, that's an example that one set. So even if it's two-parent households, that's not enough to tell a child that you should stay within, you should marry your own people.
Okay, Marcus Garvey's way, you go.
Yeah, I where the mother's influences. My first boyfriend, he was from Grenada, and he was jet black, strong African features, and he told me that his mother would always tell him that he was too dark to marry a dark-skinned woman, and he shouldn't have children with a dark-skinned woman. And I think no matter how he was a very big follower of Morris Bishop and strong black ideology, but at the end of the day, I think he always heard his mother's words, and I think I was probably the darkest person he'd ever been with. But he ended up having a child with a light skin, green-eyed, well, multicolored eye, depends on her mood. Her eyes would change color. He ended up having a child with this young lady, and he ended up having a child that was completely like him. Yeah. And I thought it was strange that one day I was talking to him, and his mother, he stays in New York. His mother was telling him again, and he's a grown man at the time in his 40s, telling him, yeah, you shouldn't be with a dark-skinned woman. Mind you, she's considered, by American standards, a red bone. Yeah. But she got married to a jet black Grenadian man, 6'5" or 6 or something like that. And she had kids for him, but only that one child came out like the daddy. The rest of them came out light skinned. But she kept repeating, even to him as an adult, that he should never be with a woman that was as dark as he was because of the kids. Yeah. And he ended up not being with that person, but having a child that was 100% like him. Now, that's one person. My husband's mother, my husband would say he grew up with his mother constantly telling him, she's going to get him a beautiful light skin. Well, in India, they use the word fair skinned girl. Always get him a fair skinned girl. And that's what he grew up hearing, that he would always have a fair skinned wife. I don't think he was with that program, clearly, but he said that's all his mother would always tell him growing up. She would get him a fair skinned wife. My husband is probably the same complexion. Yeah. So that's what his mother wanted for him. That's not necessarily what he wanted for himself. He was looking more at the person rather than the complexion. My mother, on the other hand, my mother, um, my grandmother was a mulatto. My mother would worked in the hospital, not hospital, hospitality industry, and she would always wonder why the her fellow coworkers would always go with white men. She was like, I would never be with a white man. That's disgusting. And she's like, white men have bad habits and they're disgusting, and they're alcoholics, and But her grandfather was a white man, and my mom was be like, oh, she would never she don't like biracial kids with white people because she thought their skin looked like mud, you know. But again, her mother was the product of a biracial union of a white man and a black woman. So these are three mothers who had their own ideas on what they taught their kids about um who they should partner with. Yeah. So mothers have influence, and the children either gonna listen or not listen. That's all I can say.
All right. Cassandra came back. Does anyone have any other comments they want to add here?
Yeah, I just want to say that in the American context, mothers and big mamas are sacred cows. They are and have been for numerous reasons the gravitational center of the black world and the black family, because Big Mama always had a house. Big Mama cooked Sunday dinner. Big Mama did this. Big Mama did that. And I think we have a habit of not criticizing their actions and behaviors historically because they represented something. But as time has gone on, their place has been diminished and they no longer represent what they used to represent. But that, I think in the American context, we have a bad habit that we're getting rid of, shaking off the Big Mama's always right ism.
Right. Does anyone else want to add something here? If not, let's continue watching the video and we'll discuss it at the next stop.
See, this is nothing to be ashamed of. We have got to stop being
who exclusively
ashamed of
don't
truth.
like any female who is not white. Now, I'm sure that you would have to have one constant, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
if a man who is black doesn't even look at a black woman and looks at nothing but white women, and then isn't that significant? I mean, wouldn't that be significant enough to be a non-generalization?
Significant, but see, I don't know if we can relate it all as clearly to sort of political, the white supremacy. For instance, let me take it down to a personal level. Suppose something is operating like the black man and his relationship to his black mother or to his black father, where he develops blocks against black women, and then he generalizes it all to other black women, and then he gets involved with a white woman. Now, that doesn't mean that he's necessarily indulging in any form of white supremacy necessarily.
He's not
That is,
indulging in white supremacy.
you can't assume that
He's
his
indulging
rejection
in
of his black mother is because she's black. He may be rejecting her for all sorts of other psychological reasons.
Let's go down and look at that. Let us look
and
at
that the white woman happens to be there where he can
but this is
this
very common phenomena amongst our people.
May I interrupt you? We're going to continue this next week, and we don't want to lose it. Next week, we're going to continue part 2 of Black Man, White Woman. And a couple of things we're going to discuss with our same panelists will be why so many prominent blacks marry white men, and why so many prominent black females in particular marry white men. Very exciting first part. I'd like to throw the question out. What has the increase in relationships between black men and white women done to the relationship between black men and white women, in black men and black women?
Well, I think first we should say that there's interracial marriages that take place between black women and white men too, and that's a whole area because it seems that black men always get the focus of the interest and the attack, which is interesting because I think the society, white supremacy, has been concerned mostly with the black man, white woman. So I think that's the reverse of that. The white man, the black woman, also is a subject. There's no question, it seems to me, that black women, from what I can see, all over, very, very upset and threatened by the growing relationships between black men and white women, and that they oppose it. Now, from the black man's standpoint, I hear a lot of brothers say over and over again that first it was the white man who told them they couldn't go out with white women. Now it's mainly the black woman who's telling them that they can't go out with white women, so that they still feel oppressed. Now, for whatever that's worth, I think that's an important point psychologically for the black man, because is the black woman in this, is she more concerned with her control over black men, see, or is she concerned with white supremacy and interracial relationships in general? Because if black women are concerned in general, then they should attack just as much, I think, the white man, black woman combination.
But hasn't the black woman, to some extent, because the statistics have reversed. The statistics for black women, white men has decreased by the same percentage that the statistics for black men, white women has increased. Yeah. So obviously the black woman
has more cause for concern at this point.
Well, maybe she has more awareness, more consciousness, more cause for concern. Maybe her concern is not due to the fact she's threatened. Maybe her concern is due to the fact that she's just politically more sophisticated and more conscious of what black people ultimately may have to do, and that is unify themselves.
Well, let me just add this, that I think that the black woman's concern is related to, let's say, perhaps her survival as a woman or her functioning as a woman. That, and hopefully, I hope it's beyond that, the change in the statistics. But I think that, let us say, black men after the age of 15 are decreased in the population relative to the number of black women. Where are they? They're in Vietnam, they're in prisons, and they're dying from various causes at earlier ages than white men comparably. So that, let's say, there are a number of women, black women, who are going without adequate spouses or male partners to relate to. So probably, instinctively, black women are concerned about that. Historically, white men have not been interested in black or other non-white women, be they Japanese, Chinese, Indian, or whatever. They have been interested in sexually exploiting black women, but not really taking them to the altar, let's say, to marry them or to really fully respect them. So perhaps black women are responding to that. But I think that what is key is really what is happening to blacks, because I see the thrust of white women sexually aggressing against the black man, or from the other side, the thrust of the white man sexually aggressing against the black woman, that this produces a division between black men and black women that is going to contribute significantly to, if you want to call it, genocide of black people. In other words, if you heighten the alienation between black men and black women,
it's harder to organize.
Right. It will. In other words, we talk about unity at a political organization level as being one kind of unity, but there is another kind of unity that is much more fundamental, and that is the unity within the family unit itself. And we have been denied the opportunity to really have functioning family units since the the really onset of white supremacy.
Let me ask one question. Let's talk about the contemporary.
All right, so I wanted to pause it there because a couple of things were said. The first thing I'll say as a black man, maybe I haven't reached that social strata yet, but in my time as an adult, which has been some years now, I've never heard black men really talk about, well, the white boy said we can't date his woman, and now the black woman is telling us we can't date this white boy's woman, so we're oppressed, we're doubly oppressed. I've never particularly heard that. So I'm curious to know where this Negro got that from. I don't know if that was the sentiment of brothers in 1973, but in my time of being an adult, in my time as being a man, I've never heard that conversation do any of you who may have a brother or something like that, have any of you heard your brothers or uncles or whatever relay that sentiment? I'll start with Marcus Garvey's way.
No. My brother was probably born in 73, and I was born in 78. So no. And my brother would tell you he likes his women black. Like he loves only black women. The blacker, the better. So I've never heard of it. No.
All right, consider you.
No, sir, I've never heard of that, and I think that's an excuse. I do. I think he was deflecting. Or
Yeah.
unless he was dating a white woman. I don't know.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. This brother, that's weak sauce. I think he might have a white woman or something.
Yes, that's what I think. He got a little white woman on the side or something.
Lero, what say you?
No, I've never heard of any black man, both the ones I know personally and just in general, mention that type of rhetoric. Now I have heard the rhetoric of like, don't dick police me, in regards to, who they decide to date, whether, I can date who I want. It don't have to be a black woman, woo-woo, but not from the point that, and I'm not have double oppression from black women. And I think the concern from black women, and both vice versa too, from black men to black women, when it comes to us dating and marrying outside of our race, I mean, it's a valid question. We're our own people, and it's unfortunate that a lot of those who choose to date outside their race have that subconscious and conscious of that. I'm not necessarily just with the collective, of black people. I'm, just a part of humanity, and this is, and love is love. People really have that kind of consciousness going into those type of relationships. And then one like maybe some of us who come in and say, well, I support, black relationships. Like, I don't want to date a man if he's not black. Well, that's kind of racist, and that's this and that's that. And I can't tell the white man about racism if I'm coming in racist myself, because that's your end goal. Your end goal isn't separation and to be with one another in your own, it's to create this humanist type society, that integrative society. So yeah.
I'm here saying, Matron, you're muted if you're speaking. Meanwhile, I'm the one muted. I apologize.
I've never heard that rhetoric in the sense of being oppressed by women. I've heard men complain about the fact that, black women try to shame them into different behaviors and activities when it comes to who they're dating. I've heard men complain about the fact that they can like and love who they want to love and be with who they want to be with and things like that. But I've never heard them use the term oppression. So no.
Tanzan?
I don't have, well, I have only heard of it online when it comes to, firstly, some black men saying, oh, we were denied during, slavery. That's the Eldridge Cooper line. And now, we're free to do whatever we want. I have had the line that black women have attitudes and the list of, the litany of complaints against them. So black men feel that they can go and date other people because of their complaints against black women. Not in the terms of, they're being oppressed, just that they're being, denied their options or their rights as black men. So yeah, I've had something of that sort. Yeah.
So I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to require you women to be completely honest and soul search as deep as you can to answer this one, right? Do you guys think that the interracial relationships where a black man with a white woman, do you think those are centered more in the conversation about interracial relationships than when it's a black woman with a white man? Anyone can answer.
I'm sorry. What can you please explain the question a bit?
Explain the question a bit.
Yes.
The question is simply, in the conversation of interracial relationships, right? Do you think we focus on, right? Do you think the focus is more heavily on the black men who get with white women than black women who get with white men? Do you think there's an unfair, super critical response to when black men get with white women versus when black women get with white men?
Yes, unfortunately, that conversation is differently balanced. And it first goes to gender, but then it also goes to resources.
Talk about that.
Because people, I think, criticize Serena just like they criticize any black ball player for being with a white person. Like, why couldn't you be with a black person? But Kanye's criticism, a criticism of Kanye for taking those resources out of the black community is going to be more so than Serena's criticism. And I think that that's because a lot of people have that unconscious feeling and understanding that in history, black women didn't often have the choice to be with a white man, and they were violated. Even into the 60s, there were still instances of white men in the American construct just taking advantage of black women sexually, and there being no consequences legally or otherwise, versus black men using their sexual prowess and ability to make that choice, and then also potentially creating children from that union that will be that will have different opportunities that black children wouldn't necessarily have, because men are the ones that go out and gather the resources. Women kind of sort of don't.
Tanzan, do you follow the question now?
Yes. For me, I would say the reason why the focus is and should be on the men, not to say that the women are not, culpable, but the reason why the focus is on the men is because men do make the decisions to marry. Women make the decisions who to, accept or who to be with, but it's actually the men who make the decisions to marry. So when you make the decision to marry, and most of the time it's the men who have the resources, like Metron said, you are making the decisions to pass on your resources to another group of people. The other thing is that it's also a very selfish thing for black men to want to get the fruits of the white patriarchy, which is in the form of a white woman, and then say, oh, well, I'm entitled to that because what? That's not something that you worked for. That's not something that you gained. You should be in charge of your own, patriarchy and produce, your own, sons and daughters in that. So I think it's also a selfish thing to say, oh, well, our women are damaged. I'm going to go over there and take the fruits of another man's labor, whether they're good or bad. But in terms of the reason why it's more looked upon as for men is because they and traditionally in African society the children belong to the men. So if you as a black man you're bringing this women and you're almost bringing this children into your tribe, that means that you're first of all not corrupting, but you're showing a certain standard to both the men and the women in the community. See, when a woman leaves and goes and marries, she is basically joined another community. She has left her community and she's going to somebody else's, and even if she brings her resources, she's eventually going to be part of that community. So with black men, first they're bringing in a foreign entity into the community, and second of all, their resources are going back into that community because their children can either go one way or another, and who knows, you're putting your next generation of resources into somebody who might go 50-50 on it versus having 100% investment into your children. So I think that's the reason why people put more emphasis on the men versus the women.
Okay. That you see how we've been kind of turned topsy-turvy? Like Tanzan just said, in Africa, the children belong to the men, and I think it's reversed out here for us. Consider, what say you?
And yes, it is reversed also because it's always been the man that was supposed to go after the woman. But that's another story. Yes, I do think that because of society, that our men, because they've dated white women since forever, and it's been on purpose. Everything that you see is designed on purpose for our demise. I think we fail to realize that everything, the system, all of it. And black men have been dating outside of the race for so long that it's almost like black women had to date white men because that's what the black men didn't want them. So who were they going to date? The black men would date a 400-pound white woman and not a 200-pound black woman. So they were kind of forced to go outside because forever black women dated only black men. Very seldom did you see them with a white man. But when the rejection came, they said, okay, well, we got to do something. So that is what started that, the black women dating outside.
But can I say something before we continue? When we talked about, when Mayton talked about with black women and white men, the relationship before that during slavery was one of, brutality, one of hostility. So I can sort of understand, black men, lusting after white women because the forbidden fruit and all of that stuff. But I cannot understand how black women who went through that, that painful, that, horrific, forced suffering, how they can forget that and go back. Even if you hate your black men, there's nothing that black men have done to black women that can even pale in comparison to what these people did to, to the grand ancestors, to the women, back in the day and even now, but more specifically back in the day. So for me, I cannot understand it. Even if you're so angry and so mad at the black men for not protecting, for not doing this, you're angry for what they didn't do. But why are black women not angry at the white man for what they actually did? I don't get it. I don't see how, even if the black man rejected you, even if the black men, are dating out and doing all these things, I can see, you going to somebody else, maybe not a white person, but even that is a slippery slope. But for black women to actually go, accept white men, man, it has to take some strong amnesia to pull that one off.
But let's not forget, a lot of black women don't remember back in the day. Understand that wasn't taught. Now it's more like, well, I can do it too. That kind of rejection, kind of, well, you did it, I'm gonna do it thing that's going on right now. It's from what my understanding, from what I'm seeing.
Anybody else want to comment?
Yeah, I'll just say that I think as far as the reason why black men are kind of more highlighted and when it comes to the interracial dating is because it's looked at different for black men. For black men, it seemed like, oh, you walked away from your women, because you got to think, like, I'm not from the notion, like they were saying in the video a little bit about how are black women just from a more like politically conscious tip, and that's why they're on it with their black men. I think no. I think black women historically, even with the horrors of the dynamics between white men and black women, I still think they still had that same desire to be with white men, because you got to think black men also faced those same type of horror stories at the hands of white women. Just, I guess, the white men kind of having the further backing hand behind the white women's actions. But still, I think as far as why black men are the focus is because they're going with the white women is seen as, oh, he's trading his race. And for black women to be seen, after histories and even in current times, like, the rates were lower because, white men just didn't find black women to be desirable. You're the least liked woman. Black women have the lowest marriage rates, and things like that were not, as desired, especially when it comes to darker skinned black women. So when you see women like Serena with her white man, and and whatnot. It's seen as a win. Like, you know, finally Black women are being liked too. We're fine, valuable too. We're, you know, women worth marriage, you know, even by the white man. You know, you see, now the white man wants me too. You know, you're not the only one who can run off and desert the community. I can too. And so, you know, people look at it differently. You know, it's like kind of, I'm getting you back now. You know, now I can do what I want to. It's not just you doing what you want to do. And so they're just looked at in very different contexts by both women and men.
Was there anything else in this segment of the video you guys wanted to highlight?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that let's always remember that this is more the American experience. In the Black world, this is the whole globe. America does not make up the world. The majority of Black men are married to Black women, and vice versa. Black women are married to Black men. So the American experience is just a portion of the Black experience. And as traumatic as it is, yes, the Black men are going for white women as, again, a status symbol. But you know, it's not the be all and end all of the Black experience. The majority of Black people are married to Black people. That's it.
All right. Let's continue with the video, and then I'll stop it again. But again, if you guys see something you want to highlight, just tell me to pause.
For a family unit of an interracial couple in today's American society. We're in the Black community, we have to admit that the Black community is much more nationalistic, or very nationalistic, and that the Black community is not receptive as it once was to interracial groups. The white community, I would say, has moved to the right to a very, very great extent.
You mean seemingly to the left? Do you mean to be more receptive to?
No, more reactionary to.
It's more
interracial
reactionary.
couples.
No,
I'm talking about the middle America. I'm not talking about a few New York sophisticated interracial couples or San Francisco. These, I think, are just islands, are surrounded by
I would
very
disagree with
cautious
that,
white
Tony. I
communities.
would say that white people have moved to accept Black men and white women to a greater degree than has ever been evidenced in this area of the world. And that is across the board.
Then does a Black man,
and I would say that there's a reason for this. They are being conditioned by the kinds of movies that are being made these days, you know, where you have Black men and white women engaging in sex on the screen or other kinds of relationships at the white community. In other words, those people who are responsible for getting the masses of white people to do those things that are necessary to maintain white supremacy are conditioning them to accept this phenomena. Do you see? Because they understand that the Black man really is being psyched out of position. He is being psyched to think when he asked for Black power and liberation, and they said, no, we're not going to give you power, but here we will give you the white woman. And the Black man was faked out of position, just like many people are faked out of position. You say Black power, I'll give you a $15,000 job. You don't have power, you don't have self-determination, but you have a program or a grant. You see what I'm saying? In other words, you ask for this, but I give you this because you really don't know what you want.
Well, then are you saying
or
that
you
the
don't
children
really know what constitutes power, or you really don't know what is the dynamic of the system? A lot of people think that the dynamic of the system is money. Money is not the dynamic of the system. White supremacy, or the maintaining of white power throughout the world, when whites are outnumbered 9-1 by non-white people, is the name of the game. Color is the name of the game. But we don't, I say that across the board and around the world, non-white people have not understood the significance of the color dynamic and how white people have taken something that they are very intimately concerned about. I say that the fact that they cannot produce color, that they have decided that they're going to dominate everybody else who has this genetic capacity, who can genetically annihilate them. You see, which comes one drop of Black blood makes you Black. That is a statement of the genetic dominance of the capacity to produce color over the inability to produce color.
And occasionally you'll find, I guess Francis has encountered this too, you'll find white women who have a preoccupation and desire to have Black babies.
And white men have a desire to create children.
Well, let's
of
talk
color.
about the first. Let's talk about the obsession, if I may use that word, on the part of a white woman to have a Black baby. Now, what would the psychological dynamics be in a case such as that?
Well, I think, you know, it's hard to tell without really just picking an individual case, but it may. Go ahead, Francis.
Well, can you have you ever had a case?
Yes, I know
I've had
psychiatrists who say that white women don't say this to white
therapists. Have Black babies.
But white women will say this to a black psychotherapist. I want to have a black baby.
Why?
I say why? Because white people, if we look at the skin color white, white is the genetic inability to produce color. It is a genetic deficiency state. It is a form of albinism. It has never been discussed in this way, but genetically, biologically, this is what it is. White people they don't have the capacity to produce color. They wish they could. This is why they spend a lot of time sun tanning, makeup, all of that is trying to give color to colorless skins. Okay. Now, because they have this deep psychological need, they are the only people in the world, they are the minority in the world who cannot produce color. And so they can't produce it, they can't make it on their own. They try to suntan, and then at the sexual level, they have attractions to people who can give them the illusion that they have participated in the production of color. So the white man has gone all over the entire world, having sexual relations with every group of non-white women that he meets. The white woman, when she has been allowed to, sexually aggressive towards men of color.
She is allowed to.
And so then she gives vent verbally to that fantasy. I want to have a product of color because this is the one thing that I can't
Francis,
do.
how much is color the issue? I think that
you can't move.
No, I know
color.
Okay, but what I'm trying to do is bring in other elements. That is, there's also, I've seen in some of these women a desire sort of to play a model role or a really superhumanistic one. That is, they want the world to be colorblind, so they want to get involved in producing, black children and raising them.
If they want the world to be colorblind, what is the focus on color all about? If the world is colorblind, what is the point of talking about having a black baby?
This is some of their rationale. What I'm saying, I think that some of it is political in their minds. That is the time that the civil rights movement was talking about black and white together. And that was a political position that people almost felt forced to have interracial relationships. And that was considered to be in the forefront of the whole thing.
Well, may I ask the question?
Both blacks and whites.
May I ask the question?
They were both involved.
You did quite a number of investigative studies. I remember reading one in Jet magazine on the interracial relationships in the South during the civil rights movement. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Now, was there or is there a phenomenon of black leaders and white women?
Well, I don't know if it's a phenomenon. Let me say that I would say a lot of the black leaders and the rank and file were involved with white women. There were also a lot of white men involved with black women, but I think the main group, that is the largest group involved, were black men with white women. And that this created a lot of problems. And I think it had a lot to do with the development of the black consciousness movement.
Well, didn't it have a lot to do?
What did it have to do with it? Wait a minute. See, there are people, for example, who are looking at the thing that has cut significantly into the quest for black power that went on in the 60s has been the unleashing of white women and saying that now you go out and have relationships with a black man to cool him out.
Yeah, it had
in terms of
significance.
All right.
No question about it.
Let's say, for example, the white woman, if you talk to women who are the furthest left, white women, who are in the women's liberation movement, peace movement, or any anti-war movement, if you say, look, what about eliminating white supremacy as a system? They have no use for that. They have no use even for the black man outside of the context.
Say they will, but I don't know.
Wait a minute. It has been my experience. Maybe yours is different. It has been my experience that white women will talk about in the war in Vietnam. When you say, well, that's a war to maintain white supremacy, then they don't want to have any trouble with looking at it in that way. When you say, well, look, the way that we have analyzed the problem is it's not a question of who has the money. It's a question of an established system to maintain white power, and that this is what is raising havoc all over the world for the vast majority of people. Do you want to eliminate that? No, because the white woman understands that the black man is not even going to feel towards her as he does unless there's white supremacy and unless he feels in his powerless position that he is gaining power by making an alliance, be it marital, sexual, whatever kind of alliance with the white woman.
I think that they feel that maybe unconsciously. But there was no question in my mind that with a lot of the white female workers in the movement, even though they were involved with black men and sometimes married to them, that a lot of them had a lot of racist ideas and feelings. That is, frequently the attention of the black men made them feel very special.
Right, like you called it the African queen or the white African queen.
Yeah, the white African queen. Heighten their sense of feeling special.
You mean attention they couldn't normally get from a white man.
But look at this.
And
let's
then
look at
the old thing about white women frequently who were unattractive, who came into the black community because the black men would adore them
but a black
because
man
they
would
were
think
white,
she was beautiful.
but the black men thought she was beautiful.
That's right.
Yeah, there's a lot of that still kind of going on too. A black man will get with a white woman who's so mid and act like she's this, she's this thing nicer than most black women. It's kind of weird to me. But I want to go back to the beginning.
He thinks when she loses. He thinks when she loses weight, she'll become the ideal white woman. Yeah, so he just feels he has a diamond in the rough.
Right, right. But I just want to go back to the beginning of the segment. In the beginning of the segment, Dr. Welsing is saying that white women or white people in general wish they could produce color. Right? They wish they could produce color, and that quietly they'll admit even that they wish they could have a black baby. I didn't really fully get where that point headed to. But what did you guys feel about that whole part there?
I'll start by saying that I kind of think it was a bit hogwash. I don't really agree with the whole like white genetic survival, because like even when it comes to like white people getting with black people, don't we talk about the reason why we don't like interracial relationships? Because you're diluting your blackness, you know what I mean? If you look even in like South America, their forms of ethnic cleansing were to reproduce with black people to whiten the population over time, the mulatto class and what those tensions that were being created between black folks and white folks. So I don't think I don't follow the whole white genetic survival thing. I think it's kind of pseudoscience. Like it's not. I don't understand that talking point. No, I disagree.
Marcus Garvey is the way. What say you?
I remember growing up, I heard about the rewhitening in Barbados, because Barbados was really just black and white. And I was told that the biracials in Barbados would often go with European whites as opposed to American whites, because they were more of a purebred, as they tried to rewhiten themselves, when their little ancestors dipped in the brown chocolate. Yeah. So the white woman will want to produce black kids. I don't know. I mean, sex creates babies, whether she's doing it consciously or unconsciously. Um, I don't even know if that's an issue. I don't know if that's really what she thinks. I think you'd have to ask a couple of white women, for an honest point of view. But I don't know where that's going to happen, because I don't know any. So
Ms.
that's my view.
Cassandra, did you vibe with that part of the video that quietly these white women, white people in general want, they envy the fact that they can't create color on the earth?
You know what? I don't. I believe that they are having sex with our men to reproduce. I believe that they are not reproducing themselves, so they have to have help in reproducing themselves. I've seen where white women have been racist to their own black daughters. I've seen that. So I don't believe that at all.
Right, Tanzan?
I can see something in it. I can see, especially the envy of the white woman towards the black woman in saying, oh, you may have something I don't have, and I can show you that I can also get it, just not just your man, but your child as well. So I can see that sort of pettiness going on. I don't know whether it's conscious or subconscious. Probably subconscious. I don't think that people really go after this very logical, well thought out intentionalities. When it comes to that genetic, yeah, it's sort of like the penis envy, like not with the men and the women, but with the white men and the black men. And whether that's conscious or not, I know that exists to some extent. White men are, and they make a lot of jokes about it, but they do have this self-conscious envy of black men. And I don't think it's too far out to say that white women may have the same thing, the same envy of black women. So if they can get in and take and assert themselves as in the place of a black woman, I don't see that as being too far-fetched. Yeah.
All right. Matron, what say you?
I think that they fetishize Black people and that they do have some desire to control as many Black people as possible because they've been told these stories in their family or in this one class they took or at their church or at the club. They heard this story about how Black people, used to be totally subjugated to white people. And I think they're fixated with trying to control Black people. And how much more power and control do you have over a Black person than to create one and totally own and control it? I think that they're sick. I also think that when a white woman produces a biracial baby, that it is taking power and choice away from the white man somewhere deep in her subconscious, because she's saying to him, I'm not creating you, I'm going to create this. Not even realizing that once that child enters into the system, whether it's here in America or in Europe or in Africa, depending on where they go, that child will try to assimilate into whiteness over time.
Right. At the end of the day, right? At the end of this clip, they talk about how the Black guy will deal with the, couple of 100-pound fat white woman, right? At the end of the day, isn't this just the symptoms of the underlying issue, which is like low self-esteem, though? Anyone could respond.
Absolutely. Self-hate. It always comes down to self-hate because of the way everybody hates you. You see that, you feel that, and you begin to hate yourself. It's hard to love you when you look around and you see anger and rage and trauma, and people just treat you like dirt and talk to you, and it's hard to love that. It's hard to love even when you see it, your sister or your husband or your brother being treated bad. It's hard to love that person, that color. It's not the person, it's the color, because you see that everybody else hates that color. Why not?
Anybody else thinks it's low self-esteem?
Well, I think that some people will deny that it's a self-hatred. So I don't assign things to people if they do not accept it, not always. But I think the other problem is the other love. If you don't hate yourself, you might have that other worship. You might look at somebody else as being better than you, not necessarily that you think that you're terrible, just that somebody else might be better. So we do have that worship of Westernness, not necessarily, hating our Blackness. We can assign, a space to it, but we still, and all of us to some extent, we still feel that white people are better at some things than we are in general. If you go into a plane and it's a Black pilot, you're like, whoa. And if it's a Black woman pilot, you better start praying. But in any case, people do have this subconscious, worship of other people, and we have that. We as a group, we think that other people are just better at doing things than we are. So yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Matron. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that I would have to agree that we do have a self-esteem problem, and we're also fascinated at times by things that are different from us. Like there's a lot of reports and research that white people wrote about in the 18th and 19th century, talking about how when they went to these places with Black people that were hospitable and willing to trade with them, that they were fascinated by their whiteness. And I think that there's a little bit of that carrying over, that we're still in some ways fascinated by their whiteness.
All right. Did anyone else want to add a last word?
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm confused by our as a race, our relationship with white people, because as Black people, we see the dehumanization firsthand by white people, and yet in the back of our minds, we see ourselves marrying them, having children with them, becoming part of their society. But let a Black person offend you, far less savage and far less brutal, we'll cut them off in a heartbeat. Yeah. So the logic, there's something still missing with the logic of how we relate to Europeans, because a Black person doesn't have to rape you, sodomize you, enslave you, beat the crap out of you, dehumanize you, for you to, cut them off for life. But the Europeans, we've seen this behavior, and still we seem to be so mellow in our response, so willing to want to assimilate into their existence, even though we know it's a deteriorated form of existence. We still want to be in our minds. Have we been beaten so bad that we've lost logic? I mean, there's just something wrong. I don't know. I don't know.
Tulipoteza akili. I would say this, that we look at them individually and we look at ourselves, tribally, locally, collectively. We look at ourselves as, just a bad people, and we look at them as, yeah, they might be bad, they might have done something, some of them might, but let us look at the character of this one individual white one just coming up. Maybe they're not like the rest of them. We give them so much benefit of the doubt, like they can do all these things, and yet
you're right. Look at how they treated Dahmer.
Who?
Think about Dahmer. Like they treat like Dahmer, Jeffrey Dahmer. Like after Jeffrey Dahmer, you should be scared of white men. You get what I'm saying? But people are like, nah, this one isn't bad.
Yeah, he can't be that bad. Like, that's the worst that can be. He can't be that bad, I'm sure he's one of the good ones. It's this myth, this belief, this faith in the good ones. And that's something that we cannot ever get out of a system. Like, they might be all bad, but there's that 0.00001% who's still okay, who you can still love and hang out with and be friends with and be cool with. There's always that one outlier, where for us, they don't give that kind of statistic, grace. Of course not. We are all savages to them, primitive savages.
Larry, you want to add something?
No, I mean, when it comes down to it, it's just a simple fact that, like, we don't respect our own agency, as a people. We believe that our way of life, whether that be pre-colonization, pre-slavery, or, just the ramifications from slavery, that we aren't adequate enough to, to do on our own or to think for ourselves. So we have to kind of mimic, because we see these people in power. So let me go and do what they're doing, but we don't want to do exactly as they're doing it, for ourselves. It's still, not quite getting the full extent of like just collective work and what we want for ourselves as a people. We keep going at it in these individualistic type ways, and if I'm in, then everybody else will eventually get in, or I'm a representation of my people by being, whether that be a integrative process or just simple interracial marriages and whatnot. It's definitely just mimicry going wrong, and it's just colonization, really, just the psychological ramifications of being a colonized people, globally.
All right, let me continue with the video. We're almost at the end with the video. Let's continue.
And that's still operating frequently, sometimes in subtle ways, so that you can sometimes get, I'm not saying this is true of all white women or anyone, but this is an example. You can get a very pretty white woman sometimes who internally thinks she's no good.
Why? Because
for a lot of
she
reasons,
has been devalued
who might
by
get
the
attracted
white man.
to black men.
See, white
So
women
not,
are asking for
runs
liberation.
deep sometimes.
They're asking for self-respect from their own men. Okay, because a white man not only had to be dominant to all people of color, he also had to dominate his own woman in the process. And so white women are saying, we want to be liberated, or we want to make ourselves equal to you. You see, I think that is a major
are you saying
dialogue that is going on.
are
The
you saying
white
that-
woman is
But
saying
don't,
she
don't
wants to
some of
be.
them want to rid themselves of the racism? Isn't this important,
No, see,
particularly
no, that's
when they're
like
raising their children? I mean,
no,
wouldn't
they
you think
don't want
that-
to rid themselves of privilege.
Which
You
is
see,
white
and this
supremacy.
is why there was a study done recently where white women are still teaching 3-year-old, 2-year-old white children that it's no good to be black and that black people are niggers and this and that and the other.
But what about the white parent of a black child? I mean, that white parent would have a vested interest in at least trying to deal with their racism so that they will raise their children unscarred.
You would think that.
Now, all of us know, people from interracial homes. I mean, they're not all, brainwashed into being white.
No, they can't be brainwashed into being white because they're all non-white. All of them have marks of being non-white products. Either their hair is curled, their lips are broad, their nose are broad, or their skin is dark. Black genetic material is always going to leave its mark. And the children are always non-white. And the children that I have seen, many of these children have more hang-ups about not being white, you see, than black children who may be the same hue. You see, because they are caught in that dynamic of a parent on the one side, a white parent who still has not given up their desire to be dominant as a white person, and the black parent, be they male or female, who when they went into that alliance hoping that they would somehow be in the position of an acceptable one now after they had devalued themselves. So that the child is in.
I don't know if.
Well, she's
saying
just for purposes of conversation.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody can say all of anything.
I know, but it's important that if we're talking about it, it makes it seem as if these are.
Well, let's look at it this way: non-white children who have had white parents, all of us, everybody in this little circle, has had some white intertappings into their genetic style. Okay. Do you see what I'm saying? Now, in the vast majority of non-white people in this area of the world have had white intertappings, so that it really is not significantly different than what happens actually in the white home itself. The dynamic is still the same. So that you have light-skinned, dark people feeling devalued because they have color, whether it occurs in some illegal alliance of a white man having something to do with a black woman on 14th Street in Washington, D.C., or in Mississippi somewhere, or in Harlem, New York, or Fifth Avenue, or wherever. There's a black parent
involved too.
But what I'm saying is that, we cannot take any of this out from what is happening at a global level. See, one thing that has happened in psychiatry, that we have been tied up with somebody by the name of Sigmund Freud, who I'm sure made some very significant contributions in terms of looking at human behavior, some significant contributions, but he got tied up in talking about behavior comes from within the individual and only indirectly from what is happening outside of the individual. So he called it the sexual instinct, okay? But there are other people, fortunately, now who are coming along.
While we have time.
Yeah, but while we have time. We're not completely controlled, by the externals. I would like to think that we have some power over determining and understanding the processes that affect us.
While we have time.
But I don't consider myself a complete sort of a robot who's affected by racism and don't understand it. And I think a lot of people like that, both some whites, but not a lot of them, a lot of black people can understand or feel what's going on. And I think that's why you get some black men who are very aware about a lot of racial things in their blackness, who may get involved in those situations, particularly in the past. And you have some who are on the opposite extreme. But it's not like we're all.
Yes. All right.
Yeah.
We would never resolve that.
Yeah, that's another interesting segment. That guy shows his colors there. Ladies, what were your thoughts? Anyone could answer. You guys take the floor. What were your thoughts about that segment there?
I could barely stomach him. I'm sorry, he got on my nerves. He has got to be sleeping with or living with a white woman.
I'm sorry, who's speaking? I'm sorry, I don't know the voices.
This is Cassie.
Okay.
He is ridiculous. I can't stomach him. I'm sorry. Oh Lord, I just don't even know what to say. I'm just disgusted. He is just so disgusting to me. He's a nothing. He's disgusting. Sorry.
I think too, though, and what was mentioned kind of earlier in the video is that I think his intentions are kind of wrong. He's definitely kind of like cooning out low key, but I think he's kind of right in the sense that you got some, black men and black women who can understand this, the situation that we're in, as far as racism and whatnot, and just go about a different way. Like they mentioned too, you got some black folks, the comrades, your communists and socialists, who think, they go against black nationalism and all those type things. They are, class over race, as far as how they choose to combat, white supremacy, so they have the same goals and say, what do you mean I'm not revolutionary, or I'm not against, the global system of white supremacy and whatnot. I'm a whole socialist, and I believe in, workers of the world unite and whatnot. And so I think that's kind of what I took from that. It's like, yeah, you can have some people who think, I'm taking a revolutionary stance, I'm not cooning out. I understand white supremacy, I understand racism, but I don't necessarily need to go the reactionary racist way. And like Afrocentrist thought is just mimicking a reactionary view, way of combating Eurocentric thought and Eurocentric thinking and whatnot. You definitely see that today. Plenty black folks, specifically those that have like kind of leftist or socialist, communist type ideologies that they adhere to, have those sentiments.
Yeah, I find that wild to think a black man will say, I understand the whole story. I understand, and I agree with you, Lara. I'm sure there are those people who are out there who like, yeah, I understand the full story, up, down, left, right, I understand the whole thing, but I'm gonna go about it this way, and this way is like a more so kind of an integrationist way. Like, it's wild to me that someone knowing the story, knowing what's going on, will still say, I'm still gonna go that direction. Like Kwame Nkrumah and them kind of guys. Like you're this leader, well respected, firebrand, but yet you still have this mindset that I'll go lay up with this white Egyptian woman. To the point where his grandchildren now are like just whitewashed now. You can't even see him in his lineage.
But look at Cassius Clay as well. Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
I mean, look at some of his grandkids.
Yeah. Did anyone else want to add something here?
Yeah, quick thing. I mean, when you look at the dynamics, look at after apartheid or during apartheid. Trevor Noah is a product of an interracial relationship. Even during the time of apartheid, like why were white people and black people even looking at each other? You know what I'm saying? Like I don't consider that no love story or anything. Like, what was going through their minds that they still found time to be out here oppressing one another but still screwing and making kids? Like, that logically don't make sense to me. So it is not, before I was saying it's an American thing, but you have places where you're seeing that behavior and it makes no sense, in my opinion.
Tanzania, you want to add something there?
I would say that the one way that Black Americans men have perpetuated their sickness is by, with the athletes, this whole idea of you haven't, had success until you're with a white woman, and this guy just encapsulates that whole ideology. But with the women as well is this nonsense with this obsession with the freaking good hair. Like, this is a complete perpetuation of the same thing that Black women complain about. You complain about colorism. Oh, dark women are not getting blah blah blah. But they're the first ones to style down their hair and do the baby hair and wear the weaves and all that. If Black women want to be respected, they should be Black women. They should be themselves, so that they are not afraid to say, this is who we are, take it or leave it. But if you're still trying to get acceptance, and that at the same time you're trying to imitate something that does not look like you, then nobody is going to respect you. So, and this whole thing with with good hair. It's not just about telling, wanting mixed kids and all that stuff. It's also with how Black women represent themselves. If you cannot wear your own hair, that's telling the whole world that you're ashamed of who you are. So if you're not, proud of who you are, then why should anybody else respect you? So when it comes
that's an excellent point.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. I said it's an excellent point that you're making.
Yeah, so there are some things that we are in charge of, in control of, and there's some things that we can do, for ourselves to gain that respect. We cannot ask for respect that we don't give to ourselves and to each other. So if Black women, want to fight colorism or complain about, we're not getting the big, don't worship somebody else. That's all, because Black women, they say, we love it, we love ourselves, we like all this, talking all this. I wouldn't let somebody talk about, but meanwhile, you have a white woman's hair on your head. Like, what are you saying? Do you think they don't notice that? They might be trying to get the tan and the big butt and all of that stuff, but it's a transactional exchange. We'll go get your butts and your whatever, and we'll talk like you, and then in the meantime we'll give you our hair and our mannerisms or whatever. It's an exchange. So we give you this and you give us that, and we get Bad Baby and Iggy Azalea, and you get shit, as always. We do. So we should also amongst ourselves just say, we're not going to emulate something that is not of us. We're not going to, because that is also part of that wanting to be with Brad, because you want your children to have they're going to be Black, but they're a lighter kind of Black. And Black women should not be complaining about, colorism if they're the ones who are producing that kind of. Serena Williams can't say anything about, being blackballed if she's the one who's producing a mixed child, and that child is going to have better opportunities than her. She's perpetuating the same thing, oppression, that she will complain about. So that's all I say.
Thank you for that, Tanzan. Let's look at more of the
a quick thing, and I have a question to the American females on the panel. In I think it was the 60s or the 70s, when with the bus boycott, when the people decided that they were gonna, I can't remember what they were doing the boycott for, unless it was for this sitting at the back of the bus. The community and the whole society got behind the whole bus thing and boycotted, and they walked instead of taking the buses. Now my question is, when it came to the Black female being free to wear her hair, I didn't see the society back up the Black female in that way. I felt, looking at the history, that it was a critical time for Black men and women to say, okay, we're gonna wear our natural hair, we're gonna let our women wear their natural hair to work, and not have to wear wigs and all this nonsense just to fit into society. So I felt that the same energy that was used for the boycott was not reciprocated when it came to Black women having to be their natural Black selves when it came to the working world here in America. I don't know if any of the ladies have an opinion on that one, or at least the older ladies who lived in that time may have something to say.
I didn't live in that time, but I had a job in 2010 that had a dress code rule that said your hair must be neat, clean, and well groomed. And when I came to work with afros, I was sent home and told that I needed to be neat, clean, and well groomed. And they showed me pictures of what that looked like for their environment. And when I called the ACLU to complain about that, they said, well, you have a job and they have a right to dictate how you dress in their environment, because other people couldn't, come in. I didn't have any evidence of other people coming in with afros or wearing the style of hair that I had. So I don't think we got that same support because we had put ourselves in an economic situation where we were now dependent upon those jobs because we'd agreed to be taxed and we had to franchise, we had the right to vote, all these other things. And there were these small, petty compromises that were made so that we could get into their world. But again, in the system that we're in, they're always going to try to control your consciousness, your movements, and your level of self-awareness. And anything that doesn't fit into that system is instantaneously rejected and at least economically and socially penalized.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you.
When it comes to hairstyles in this video, though, the interesting thing is that both the men and the women had similar hairstyles. They were like out afroing each other in the video. So, but the other thing I saw was that men were also, having this hair crisis. It's not just the women. I don't know if the men have resolved it, but, men were also, relaxing and palming and jerry curling their hair and so on. It's very rare to see a Black man with his natural hair nowadays, anyway.
Well, you have to understand that back in those days, when we integrated with them, we gave up a lot. We gave up our Blackness. We gave up our schools. We gave up our towns. We gave up everything just to come together with people that hate you even until today, who we still don't understand how they feel about you.
Yeah, that's a good point, and I think that goes back to understanding like what did integration mean, for us as a people, like beyond like economically. If I'm going to be a part of someone else's society, of course, like I'm really asking, to be at the whims of your power. You may not think that going into it, I'm just asking for, but I mean that's literally what you're asking for, just based on history and where you have been coming from. You literally shed your blood for this. There was resistance against that, that movement, and you still decided to pursue it anyways. So I think that's just a question that even now still has to be asked. Like, what did you get out of integration? What are you getting currently? Like, what benefits have you seen? What ills have you seen? And it's a question that we're not really asking. And like I said, because it's just impacted us on all fronts. From our culture, our home life, and of course the economic, which is the cause of the rest.
But you have to understand also that God never told us to come together with them. He said, be ye separate, come from among, and learn out their ways. What did we as Black people do? We did the opposite. And then you want to be blessed? It's not going to work like that. If you understand, MLK brought us together, and he was I don't care what nobody say, he was being used by the government. He was one of those boulets, and he brought black folk back under the control of white people. And I don't know if he did it on purpose or not, but from my understanding of the way I feel, we were doing great without them. We had our own cities, our own homes, our own towns, hospitals, grocery stores, little leagues. We had everything they had. All we had to do was build on it. But we let everything go to come to be with them. But we didn't take our hospitals. We didn't take our doctors. We didn't take our lawyers. We didn't take our nurses. We took nothing. We went up under them and used everything. That's crazy. That's ludicrous. And we've been at the bottom ever since 1963. Now you tell me.
Do you think that because
1963, that's the year Kenya got independence.
But not America. We went
1963. That's my email at gmail.com. Sorry.
Do you think that the people gave up trying after building and having it being torn down constantly? Because I get the impression that, especially here in Black America, that the people just gave up. Like you have grown and you've been torn down so much that it's come to the point where it's like, okay, they say we're no good, so we're just gonna be no good. They say we're this, so we're just gonna be this.
You can fight for so long and just kind of
people literally have stopped fighting.
But yeah, you can fight for so long, but until you come together as a group, as a whole, and you have a plan, it's going to take more than one or two, because as we see, you have one that'll rise up. What happens? They either die or they go to jail, right? That still goes on today. You have a group of Black folk. You'll have a W.E. Du Bois that will come in, and that's what happened with Marcus Garvey, right? W.E. Du Bois came in and split it down the middle, which he was paid to do that. And you have Black folk even to today that do the same thing.
Let's
my personal theory.
Let's continue with the video, and then we'll wrap up. Hopefully, like in the next 20 minutes. All right. So let's continue the video, and then we'll come back and give our thoughts.
That very deep psychiatric problem.
But I would like to, at least while we have a few minutes, discuss one very important point, and that is the significant phenomenon. And Dr. Poussin, I'm sure you will agree with us in an overgeneralized way this time. The significant phenomenon of well-known, I will not make well-known synonymous with prominent, Black women who, particularly professional entertainers, who consistently marry white men in large numbers, and one white man after the other. And I would like to know from either or both of you how you view this dynamic.
I say that they're not marrying the men; the white men are marrying them. Okay. And I think that is
well. But if they continually are selective,
well, let's put it this way. Number one, that as I said earlier, that there is an extreme alienation going on between the Black man and the Black woman. In other words, this same conversation really could be discussing the alienation between the Black man and Black woman that allows for the significant phenomenon of Black man, white woman that we see. All right. Because there is that alienation, then Black women and Black men all across the economic board, no matter whether they're on welfare, whether they're making, $150,000 a year, probably as an entertainer, are having problems in terms of their relationships with each other. Now, some women who, they may be in the limelight, or they may be considered beautiful or star or something like that. All right. They have been frustrated in many of their relationships. If you take all of those entertainers, if they start telling you that they started out relating to Black men and they had a number of kinds of problems, and so now, well, I don't want to say you didn't. No, you didn't fail us.
Okay,
you didn't fail us. The white supremacy system is just beating
now, Black
all of
men
us.
will say that too about Black women. That Black women have let them down.
Right. Well, you see what I'm saying? It's just like the Julia syndrome. Diane Carroll and the Julia. Black women have been programmed via TV and everything else. You don't need a Black man. You just need a white man to give you a job. At the same time, they're saying to the Black man, you don't want a Sapphire. She's too argumentative. She talks too much. You see what I'm saying? What you need is a white woman. Now, what does this produce? This produces maintenance of white supremacy. Why? Because you have divided and conquered the Black man from the Black woman. Just like you divide and conquer non-white people.
I have to make this point, if that's true. But I still must return to the fact, and I don't think we can lose this statistic, that there is a decline on the part of Black women in general in interracial relationships, but there continues to be a significant increase among Black women and white men when the Black woman is a prominent entertainer.
Yeah, Tony.
Okay.
See, this I'm isolating, and we must address ourselves.
Okay, well,
I'm isolating that group of Black women.
Part of this, I've talked to people about this in show business. One of the explanations they give, you can take it or leave it, is that in the entertainment field, where these women are most of the time, that there are very few prominent Black men who have power. Black men aren't the producers, they aren't directors, they aren't the people putting up the money, they aren't the stage managers. That all of these people in that industry, the strong, dominant, powerful men are white.
Are you saying that the Black woman, in order to be successful in that field, must marry one of those white men?
No, I think that's part of the phenomenon.
But many Black women in the entertainment do not marry white men, and they are still successful. Yeah. So wouldn't that not contradict that point?
They're coming in constant contact with these types of white men in the business who have power. And starlets frequently marry men with power.
Okay,
white actresses do this, white entertainers.
But I must now return to your theme. Wouldn't the variable then be the individual?
No, look, there are not a lot of Black men who are earning that same salary, okay? Because even at a lower level, Black men and Black women have problems because the white supremacy society has said it'll be easier for a Black woman to make a particular salary. Black women can get a job easier than a Black man any day. And that has caused Huh?
I don't think that's true.
Well, just ask in the community.
Okay,
ask in the community, because a black woman could be a domestic worker when her husband couldn't even work.
Yeah, but I think it's shifting. That's
well,
all
it
I'm
may
saying.
be gradually shifting. I don't know about that, looking at the current unemployment statistics, okay? But I'm saying that that has been a sore point within the black family unit a long, long time. And that's why somebody like Monahan can come out and talk about matriarchal family structure. Why? Because the white supremacy society said, well, we'll let her make more money because it's really important to keep him down. All right, so this is what they did. Now, when you get to the level where the stars are and the income,
why the fear?
well, wait a minute, and the incomes that they're making, that number one, you have many black men who are not making comparable salaries. And when they are making comparable salaries, because of the dynamic that goes along with that salary, then he wants a white woman. So who's available for her? Because we have one black behavioral scientist who says when a black man is poor, he wants a job. When he gets a job, he wants luxuries. And when he gets luxuries, he wants a white woman.
All right,
now, that is a dynamic that is produced.
All right, let me ask
but
one.
you see what I'm saying? It's not castigating the black man. It's saying this is what the white supremacy society is programming.
All right, but consistently,
and we have got to keep
consistently,
that in
Dr.
mind.
Wells, you have made the point, and a very strong premise, that the black man is the real fear of a political system based on white supremacy.
Oh, yes.
Why, I'll ask.
Well,
why the black man? Why is this system so afraid of the black man?
You know what
if
black
that fear
power
is the
means?
reason for interracial relationships.
You know what black power means? Black power means genetic power. The black man can annihilate the white man, you know, with his phallus. The white man has to build a missile to annihilate people of color. By that, I mean this, that I think that the fundamental thing that is frightening white men and has frightened them since they were created as genetic mutations is that their appearance can be annihilated by the black man, especially the man who can create the most color, which is the black man in the whole human family. And that is the individual who has to be made inferior and who has to be controlled and has to be destroyed at the fundamental level of genetics. Then we can look at the next level in terms of numbers, that non-white people, if they outnumber white people 9-1 in the world, then the white man all over the world has got to say, now we have got to keep these people down. And you keep a people down by controlling their men. Women, that's why they can let.
That's true.
You see, I think that this is where
I think that's true. That all of the policies that they had in repression of blacks directed toward the black man's access to the white woman, because then he could destroy white people eventually by making all people of color. Whereas the white man, his access to the black woman produced children of color, but they were black children.
No, the white woman is that all of the children of black and white are non-white.
Yeah,
whether it's a male or whether it's a male white or the female white, the children
whatever.
are all,
the children are all brown. But that's why they wanted to protect the white woman against the black man.
Not to protect her, to control the sexual activity of the black man. You see what I'm saying? Not
in
to
relationship
protect,
to the white woman.
That's important. In other words, the genetic material of non-white men in the world has to be controlled if we don't want the disappearance of white people. And white people, even though they don't like the fact of skin whiteness, proof their quest for suntan, okay? Even though they have psyched themselves into the position that white is beautiful, although they don't really believe it, then they don't want white appearance to be annihilated because now you have a worldwide system that's 500 years old of white domination and white privilege.
To control black people.
Thank you. Thank you very much for a very, very interesting interview and some comments. We hope to have Dr. Welsing back on a future Black Journal program discussing her very phenomenal genetic theory called the crest theory.
Yeah, so that's the end of that video. You know, this last segment dealt heavily on Frances Quest Welsing's genetic annihilation theory, which Neely Fuller and them talk about as well, where, you know, she says things like the penis, the black penis is the gun is the facsimile of the black penis and all that kind of stuff. How many of you buy into that theory? I'll start with the matron.
Excuse me, I don't necessarily buy into it wholeheartedly. But I do buy into the idea that they are and have to control and continue to try to dominate the black man. I think that they have a genetic defect that prohibits them over time from reproducing, and that they occasionally inspire a white woman to go out to get a black man to bring back genetic material so that they can continue to reproduce. I think that when they tried those breeding farm experiments here and in Europe, they found something out about themselves that they're not telling us.
I appreciate that, matron. Lara, what say you?
Like as I said earlier, I don't really, believe in the whole like white genetic survival. I don't think that whole like black penis is like M16 type thing, and I'm not sure black men who get into interracial relationships are doing so as like I know some people, they have said like, oh, it's a revenge type thing, but nah, I don't really buy into that. I think that's just kind of like a play to kind of like, they feel less guilt and whatnot. I don't believe that any type of interracial relationship is attack on white supremacy or like just any type of like militancy period, whether it be a black man or a black woman. And as I said before, the whole white genetic survival, I don't really think that is the case. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that. Tanzan, what say you?
Um, I don't think it's the case. I think that all species tend towards survival, and I think for Black people, our survival has been in the capacity to take in and absorb as much pain and brutality as everybody else is willing to dish out. So that has been our survival mechanism. And I think the Western survival mechanism has been to mete out as much pain and brutality, not just on us. We got to the far end of the stick, but upon themselves. I think they thrive on that. I think it's something to do with their survival for them to be absolutely, brutal. When it comes to, Frances Cress Welsing, I think um, she speaks more symbolically than factually. I think that when she speaks about the penis and the gun and all that, the one person that I would and thank goodness Oni is not here because he'll just clown me to high heaven. But when Tupac was talking about me and my girlfriend, that song is both about a gun and his woman, and he speaks as his woman, as his if you listen to the song, it's like this other song with I'll try to find it. It's like love or Lord. It's like a double meaning on the concept of love and the concept of Lord, like a God versus love. So God and love being the same thing, and the song can be interpreted either way. But in any case, when Tupac talks about me and my girlfriend, and then he talks about how the girlfriend is just unloading on people, he's not saying that actually the girlfriend and the gun is one and the same, but you can understand it to be both and the same. So when Frances Cress Welsing is talking about the penis being the gun, she's not saying that the penis is actually the gun and white people are afraid of it. He's just saying that when white men see a black man's penis, it's not just the fact that he sees it as a threat to him, that and they make jokes about it, the black man, and then he's over masculinized, the whole mandingo, the whole Tyrone, whatever. But it does show an insecurity in their that's why you can call them all kinds of names, but the one thing that they do take offense. And there was this white guy who was saying that yeah, cracker, whatever,
But the one thing that they don't really like is that pepper dick. What is it called? Pinch dick. I can't remember. It's something to do with with small dick. So they do have an insecurity about that. I think our insecurity as Black people is the head up there. It's not the head down there. It's the head up there. We don't feel that we really have the intellectual capacity to take them on, to be able to hold our own in that capacity. So what we as the Blacks and the whites are playing, we're playing at these games of insecurity where the white men are insecure about their dicks and the Black men are insecure about their heads, their mental capacity. And I think that it's, when it comes to Dr. Frances Cress Washington, she was simply saying that in a symbolic meaning, in terms of that even when she speaks about white women, they want to have these biracial babies and they go after it, that whole Kim Kardashian stuff. But white men do not have that similar desire to have mulatto babies. For them, their reaction to this half mulatto babies is that, well, they're mine, but they're sort of not mine. Is if you look at that De Blasio, I can't remember, I think it's him who had these interracial babies with this Black woman. Yeah, they look at them like, yeah, they are my children, but they don't look like me. Whereas for white women, they're like, oh, they don't look like me, but they are my children. I don't know if you get the difference, but in any case, it's a sort of for white women, it's a sort of control over the children. They're like, look, my children are half Black, but they're mine, and I can do whatever I want with them. With the white men, it's like, they are my children, but they're not really my children. If I had a choice, I would leave them be. And that's also, the formula that Black men also follow in abandoning their children. We just follow their precedents, because the first absentee, so-called fathers were not Black men. It was actually white men, sorry, who produced, these mulatto babies, these forced mulatto babies with Black women. And not only did they abandon their own flesh and blood, they sold them into slavery. Like, how callous can you be? How inhumane can you be? Yeah, there's one thing to hate, another man and his offspring, Black people, but to produce something and to look upon that and say, nope, I might have produced it, but it's not mine, and I'm going to not just abandon it, neglect it, but actually, sell it. That's how, these white men are. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Thank you for that, Tanzan. Marcus Garvey is the way. What say you?
I'd like to touch on the topic where she brought up that the Black actresses were marrying white men, and to me, I felt that the white men was probably seeing that these Black women had money and just wanted to help spend it. Like how the white females would be onto the Black stars and the basketballers. So I think the white men had the same mentality. Like, okay, this is a easy way to make some quick money. Deal with the insecurities of the people and just marry into the money. I mean, yeah, when she split it in half, but divorce, he's gonna get something, especially if she was the earner. But in terms of white women and their children and the whole thing with the phallus, I do think that the concept of the male penis being like the gun is a correct analysis. However, if you look at a lot of mixed kids now, especially with white and Black, a lot of these kids starting to look more white than Black, and I'm starting to wonder like how odd it is that some of these biracial kids from Black and white unions are looking far more white, and the Black side isn't necessarily mixed. So I don't know how the eradication of the genetics is going, because it's starting to look like our black genetics are going more so than the white ones. But again, I do believe that Europeans are playing this game to win, and they will do whatever it takes to win, even if it means sleeping with what they will consider their mortal enemy. And personally, I do believe as a race that the black people are the only people who can end white supremacy. And that's why they work overtime to keep us confused, and that's why they work overtime to break us down. Yeah. I think physically, mentally, we're the only ones on the planet that can end their domination, because white people are not that smart, to be honest. They're just devious. They're not that strong. I think they have tried and true methods of divide and conquer and deception, and certain formulas that they have used. Of course, always keep everybody else poor, because when poverty can sometimes be linked to desperation. And if you have a desperate part of a society, whether it is, a global thing, you can force people to be less than themselves. So if you can keep the majority of the world in poverty, you can maintain power, not even by trying. Yeah. When the mother has to decide in Thailand whether she's going to let her son put on a dress and be a little she male or whatever, for some white tourist, these are the moral dilemmas that people have to face in a world ran by Europeans. Yeah, they did it to each other. Now they just expanded it globally. So that's all. I think you're muted. And just one quick other thing. I don't know if most people understand that in Europe, and unlike they had male brothels. So the idea of delinquency among Europeans, I think we need to look at how Europe was ran to understand how they run the world. Yeah. I don't think in no other part of the world were they selling little boys as part of their cultural or society, as a societal habit. So that's just something I want to
Consider it.
stick out there.
Oh my goodness, this is a this one here. This is why you see a lot of them putting our babies, like the young lady said, putting them in dresses, genocide, teaching them the LGBT agenda, feminizing our babies. They're doing it on purpose, and we have to understand that. I remember a time there was a report that I saw where a South African president. This was during way back in the day, and he was talking about the agenda for Black people, and one part of the agenda was using their white women. They had a certain white woman type set aside just for the Black men, and it's all about genocide. It's all about keeping their numbers. It's all about defeating the Black men. It's all about the demise, making sure that they keep their numbers, and that's what it's all about. That's what it's always been about. Every time they come up with a plan, it's not to help us. The schools, if the schools were really as great as what they say, Black people wouldn't be allowed to go. You know that. Anything they do, and they include us, they may get a couple of them, but if they get more of us than them, then they still win. That's what they think.
Right. Listen, we have 3 minutes left. I want each person to share their quick thoughts on the discussion and the video that we watched here. We'll start with Lero.
As far as the whole video goes, I think that it just like Marcus Garvey is the way of saying, most Black people are dating other Black people by a quite large margin. So I think that's something to just take away, regardless of the discussion. in order to combat, those of us, both black men and black women who decide to, date outside the race, I think it's going to be important for us to push black family values and taking control of our media image, of ourselves economically, our social images, just having more open and honest conversations with each other, on a personal level, community level, um, so that we can kind of stop, even because I honestly feel like, with it is a big deal, but it is kind of trivial, just a tad bit, um, when it comes to interracial relationships. Now, I'm one that doesn't support, but I think the bigger picture that we're missing, and the reason why it seems like it's such a big deal, because we do, especially in the American context, are lacking that solid family unit. And until we can address having that solid family unit, of course, somebody dating outside the race is going to be seen as just like, the biggest, atrocity you can commit. And it is. I mean, it is just based on history. It is. And it's just disgusting behavior. But yeah, I think the important is just to uplift, black families, being with a black partner, respecting black women, respecting black men, as both men and women. Yeah, that's what I take from the discussion.
All right. Quickly, Tanzan.
Yes. From the discussion, I guess we're sick and we need to heal, and we're the only ones who can heal each other. You cannot go to somebody who, did this to you, both the men and the women, and hope to create some kind of, agreement or negotiation with them. I think that people who go into these relationships, it's with a denial of the societal reality, is to say, we are better, we transcend whatever, society says at this time. We're going to choose to put our, put that decision on our children and let them make the choice that society could not make. And while I respect people's choices, I think that they should understand the consequences that come with that. Unless society has resolved this racial imbalance of power between white and black, it's not just to say that you can just the person that you choose to make a life with is just a thing about emotions, and you're not going to take into consideration everything that power, society, and economics, all this take into account. So people who choose to be like that, they do, but unfortunately, they put that burden on an already overburdened society, which is black people. When you choose to be with somebody who's not of the black race, you're choosing to produce offsprings who are eventually going to be the burden of the black race. Whether or not they belong there, that's another question. But white people, they have the privilege of saying, poof, these are not our people. You can go wherever you want. You're not one of us. Halle Berry, yeah, you're pretty. We like you. We have a crush on you. Like Adrian Brody just went and kissed her on stage without her permission. Where was the Me Too in that later on? But whatever, white men feel that they can have, access to both black and biracial and Asian and whatever race of women that they have access to, they feel that they can do that. But you as a black woman are not allowed to say that, no, I don't want you, or I don't want that. And this offspring that they produce, both whether it's black women or black men with these other partners, it's the black people who are going to have to deal with it. We already have enough confusion amongst ourselves, just black people. We have that insecurity, that lack of self-love, that other worship, those economic disparity. And now you're going to produce another confused race of people who are going to come into the community, have this and have that, and you're going to say, well, it's your problem now, black people. This is one of you. It's the most selfish thing for anybody to do. So that's how I feel about it.
Marcus Garvey is the way.
I just want to wrap up by saying that Frances Cress Welsing was a brilliant psychologist, and she will be missed. I think it's a shame that the present generation does not get enough exposure to her theories and her knowledge. And hopefully, these videos will be preserved for people to view, and at least, more analysis of these thoughts and ideas. And it was an excellent show. I liked it. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for coming through. Cassandra?
Come from among, be ye separate, and stop learning their ways. We have to start passing it down to our children that these people are very dangerous and they are off limits. This video should be taught in schools. All of her videos, she's an amazing, amazing woman. And I love her videos. Her message is clear. And the guy, the professor, most Black men that come from Harvard are coons. If we have to understand, Obama, prime example, didn't do anything for Black people, but we have to understand, we have to get back to us. We have to get back and learn how to love us, because for real, we're all we got. That's it.
I appreciate that, Cassandra. Last but not least is the matron. The matron, what do you have to say about the discussion and the source material for the discussion?
I enjoy reading Dr. Frances Cress Welsing's work and seeing her videos. It's always an honor and a privilege to sit and commune with my brethren and sisters on these different topics. Mate selection and every choice you make as a human being is political. When you are dealing with what we're dealing with, you have to be cognizant and aware of so many things. Sometimes we might have to take one for the team so that the dream can live, so that we can continue to exist. It's not about lowering your standards, but it's about a dedication and an elevation of your overall race situation. And if we don't make a choice to educate these babies and make a choice to come together as a group, then we are going to go extinct. We will have lived and died like so many other people that have come in contact with the Eurasian, and no one will ever know we were here, because we'll be living in this world or in this society that has nothing that looks like us in it.
I appreciate that. I appreciate all of you for having this discussion with me. I hope I did well by all of you in this presentation. I'll be doing the same thing again tomorrow night in a recording with some of the Black men you're familiar with from Shoot the Breeze and stuff like that. So I'll be doing that tomorrow. And in fact, whenever this episode premieres, I'll let everyone know when it's coming up. 5 minutes after it ends, the male conversation will premiere as well. So look out for that. That should be here in another week or so. All right. And then we're going to have a live discussion sometime later where all the men and women who participated will have a chance to discuss certain points they heard during each other's, recording. So you can look forward to that coming soon. Again, I want to thank everyone who came through tonight. I'll see you guys next time. I'll definitely be doing Shoot the Breeze on Saturday. Make sure you guys are subscribed to everyone on KWAZ Radio. Make sure, thanks again for Lero for coming through. She's on the Harsh Reality Podcast, so subscribe there. Tanzan African Mind, subscribe to her channel. Realm in the Bush, that's considered cheek, subscribe to her channel as well. And of course, the Revolutionary Matron with the Learning Curve podcast. Make sure to subscribe to all of these ladies on the panel. Marcus Garvey, Dwayne, thank you for coming through. I'll talk to y'all and Shoot the Breeze, all right?
Sounds good.
All right. Y'all take care. Peace.
Bye.
Peace.
Amani, everyone.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bitamedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Beta Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Beta Medicine Show, Twitter, Beta Meds, Tumblr, Beta Meds, Instagram, Beta Medicine.